enigmatic and charismatic. Gotta live static, gotta get at it. Never pragmatic, cause we live tragic. I can't live average, to be alive's magic. Turn it up in the back cause I'm grabbing everything I want, get in my way and I'm stabbing. I'll be moving crowds till I'm 6 feet napping. They need another fix, hooked on like an addict. I got my eyes on the prize and it's changing lives. I wanna live till I die, make a difference, right? I wanna give those in need a reason to fight. I wanna live every day like it's my last night. I wanna change how we play the game. Rearrange all the pieces till they say my name. Push an agenda against doing what they say. I wanna stand up and start a revolution. I wanna start a revolution. I wanna start a revolution. I wanna start a
Cardano Pride Fest live stream. Let's go.
Start a revolution.
How's everybody doing? This is the Cardano Pride Fest live stream, and I'm trying to pull up the screen so we can actually go to Future Fest right now. Okay, I think I've got it. Okay, let me know if you guys can see the actual Futures Fest screen right now. Let me just confirm that you guys can all see it.
Yeah, I'm taking you in.
Okay. I think you guys can see it. I'm going to go over to that screen. Let me know if for some reason you can't see it, but I'm going to go over to that screen so we can kind of start moving around. There's JCrypto. He's with us as well. JCrypto, how you doing?
Dude, what is going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming through loud and clear over here.
How's it going? What's I just got in, so I just finally had time setting up some new Wi-Fi, so that took me a bit, but
perfect. So yeah, we're in the Cardano Pride Fest here, and I'm gonna go find the Army of Spies booth. I have no idea where it is. Let's see. Pride Valley. Okay, so I think it's probably, I'm guessing it's probably over here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm always trying to get my my sort of gamepad to work on Future Fest, but right now I'm just using my keyboard and mouse.
A Cardano person. I like that. All
That's right. And there's a gigantic Future Fest robot right in front of me here.
What was yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at that.
Okay, I'm thinking I can walk through the clouds. No, I guess not. I guess I cannot walk through the clouds. Okay, I think maybe this is where the booth's going to be. Should we go over here and check? Yeah, I'm thinking this is where the booth's going to be. Let's go over and check this out. I think we're over here on the far left. As you can tell, this is the first time I'm going in here. Could be completely wrong though. Okay, yeah, okay. I think we're going to be over here on the left. I think we're going to see the Army of Spies booth in just 1 second here. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's see if anybody's over here. Oh, there's people over here. Angel is here. I have no idea what happens if you press E. If I go over there and press E, I'm guessing maybe that takes you to the YouTube channel, maybe? And the Twitter. Okay, yeah, these are probably links to the Twitter and the YouTube channel. Okay, well, we found the booth, and there was actually a person over here, which is kind of cool. They left. They got scared and left because a Cardano person showed up. Okay, well, that's the thing. So what do you think, JCrypto?
Dude, I love it, man. I think your booth looks great.
Yeah, let's yeah, I think all the booths they actually built these booths. I just provided the assets, the sort of little digital assets. Let's go around here and explore. We don't need to hang out at the booth the whole time, obviously.
This is my first Future Fest. This is so good.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah, appreciate for
Can hear
audio coming through.
many a booth.
Yeah, the people using the PC platform have got audio chat for this one. I think this is like this is the first one I've been to where there was actually audio chat, right?
Like a game, like
Chips over your head?
yeah, this is like VR games a little bit, you know. I wonder if you move closer, if you move farther away, is it proximity?
I'm sure, yeah.
So we have a sidebar system where you could customize it if you hit tab, if you're on desktop, or if you're on the web browser, it's on the right side.
I think he was explaining exactly what we were talking about right there.
Then you're able to
look at that roller coaster track
and like
oh, this is Future Fest, so I'm sure we can ride it too.
Yeah, that's all over the place. You might get a good tour from that aerial view.
Oh, yeah.
You can locate the like the carnival guys that will just kind of like get you onto the roller coaster. If we can locate those bots.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, they got a Ferris wheel. Maybe. Oh, is this gonna be loading for the roller coaster? Okay, I missed that one.
Oh, you can just jump on. You gotta.
Yeah. I think we're just jumping on. Okay. And I understand this is I mean, like all Future Fest events I've been to, I'm sure this is a music festival. I think I even saw kind of a lineup or who the DJ was. So somewhere there's going to be music. I think we're getting close enough now. We can hear it in the background a little bit.
Yeah, look at that sunlight, man.
Okay, here we go. Let me jump on. Okay. Oh, does anybody who remembers the button to actually jump on? I forget there's a button. Let's see. Tab. Okay. I think it took us a while to figure this out last time. It's like, okay, the scooter looks like the scooter might be the Q button. So maybe it's going to be the Q button. Let's try this. Q. Okay. I think I'm in the roller coaster. Nope. I'm not in the Oh, I'm on the scooter. Great. Okay. Off the scooter. What do you think? Do I just need to be more precise jumping in the roller coaster here?
It might be skill based.
Okay. Attempt number 2. Okay, let me in. E. Yes. Okay, we made it on.
Oh, you got the best seat.
Is it the best or the worst? Is the back the best or the worst seat?
Yeah, now we're getting into controversy, AOS. I've heard the back is the best seat. I've also heard the front is the best seat. Very interesting that I've heard both of those statements because you would think that there would be a clear decision. I guess it depends on like what's the effect. I guess the front, you're kind of like facing. I feel like the front is the scariest seat because like you got to wait for the whole thing to just. You know?
Yeah, for sure. On an actual like an IRL roller coaster, I feel like the front is definitely the scariest seat, right?
In the Metaverse, though. Okay.
Yeah, in the Metaverse, I don't know. The reason why I'm not panning the camera right now is because I'm over here in the StreamYard view, so I can see everybody's comments. Thanks for. Sorry for everybody who was saying press E when I get to the roller coaster. Thank you for that tip. I was over on the other screen, so I couldn't see it. I've kind of got to go back and forth. Holy Macaroni says back is the best. Back is the best.
Yeah, see? Yeah,
okay, yeah, there's a vote for.
I'm telling you, we're getting into controversy now, though, because there's going to be a comment saying that the front's the best seat, too. But I agree.
Probably.
I agree with Holy Macaroni, of course.
Yeah, so are you using a Game Genie? I think I remember a thing being called a Game Genie like back in the 90s, but I have no idea what a Game Genie is these days. I'm guessing that's some kind of game streaming thing.
I don't know either, actually. That'd be cool. Holy Macaroni. Shout out to Holy Macaroni, though. He's a cybersecurity. He's got a lot of intel on cybersecurity.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let us know what a Game Genie is, Holy Macaroni. Pohara68 Europa says, bit late to the stream. Thanks, guys. Thanks for jumping on, man. Oh, they booted me. Oh, okay. They automatically boot me from the roller coaster. That's pretty smart so that streamers can just jump on the roller coaster and do nothing. Okay, I'm going to go back over there. Do you want to keep an eye on the comments, JCrypto, so you can kind of...
Yeah, it's let me try to scroll in because it's hard
Okay,
to
yeah, if you can, let me go back over to
this the comments on Future Fest, you mean?
no, the comments over here in this this view.
Okay. I see now. Yeah, I was in the private chat. I was like, that's why I'm not seeing anything. Always go for the front when there's no line. See, I'm telling you.
Okay, people knew. Yep. Sorry, I was a delinquent on panning the camera here, guys. Okay, let's go try to find the. I feel like if there's the bulk of the people will be over by the DJ, wherever the DJ is, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like real life, right?
Okay, here's some people. Oh, there's Clover nodes. I'm not on the PC platform, so I can't actually talk to them over here kind of in game.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, if it's like real life, everybody will be over on the dance floor kind of by the DJs. Okay, there's another thing to ride. Maybe we'll do that later. We'll try to head over here so we got more people. Does it feel like the music's getting louder or quieter?
It's like, I can't tell you, but I did get there's a comment from Mark Andre saying Game Genie. You know what? There's a little bit of commentary here going on your stream, AOS. It seems like Game Genie is like a 90s reference.
Oh, they're saying it is the 90s thing I was thinking of.
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess you were right on the button.
Okay, great. Yes, definitely not using a Game Genie. Okay, 9:51. That means we're... Oh, 9. Okay, it's a countdown. So this is a countdown to the DJ appearing. Whoa. Apparently you can jump. Or was that... no, I hit something that made me jump, maybe. Yeah.
It's like a trampoline.
Okay, yeah, that mushroom.
Hey, AOS, have you been looking at the Future Fest sky just in case there's any UFOs out there?
We better take a peek. Okay, everybody. Oh, they won't let me pan the whole sky. Obviously, they knew we were going to look for UFOs on this live stream, so they've made it so we cannot see most of the sky. Obviously, to hide the UAPs.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Obviously, to hide the UAPs.
UAPs. Exactly, right. That's the proper terminology.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay, one of the things I'm always trying to... Let's see. Looks like those are arrows. We should probably try to use the arrows. So... I know they're rockets, aren't they? They're rockets. Okay, so we're going to shoot off a rocket here. I think, yes. Okay, now we should look up if we're going to be shooting rockets. Oh, maybe everybody else can see the rockets better than we can. Yeah, I was surprised when I did the UAP episode the other day. I was surprised how few people condemned it.
Dude, I actually thought it was so interesting. It was really interesting because you broke it down the same way that you would kind of break down, I think, Cardano like updates, you know, and you showed each piece, you kind of went through it, you connected it with a little bit of a theme at the beginning there.
Yeah, I tried to. I thought I'd have like at least a dozen people who would more strongly condemn it, but it was only like maybe like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy time to be alive where like people are more, I guess, accepting of alien conversations or UFO conversations. But you know, there's a lot of stuff in that video that you did that it's interesting. It's interesting, man. I still just want to see one. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you have to see it to believe it still. Still like Santa Claus, right? Until you saw Santa Claus for the first time dropping presents in your chimney, you didn't believe in him. Once you caught him in the act, you finally admitted, okay, yeah, Santa Claus exists. Fine. You know what I mean?
Like the first time you heard someone in the living room and you went and got a knife from the kitchen and confronted this red-robed home invader. And you were like, oh, sorry, it's Santa Claus. I thought you were a home invader.
Dude, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Do you think that after all that evidence that you showed, do you believe we're definitely dealing with aliens? Are you at that point yet?
So I think, you know, what's interesting about this is I think we've got a nomenclature issue already, which is kind of unfortunate. But I think one of the things we're dealing with is we've kind of applied a label to certain things, both the craft and the potential, like, we'll say vehicles to make it sound less ridiculous. We'll say vehicles. If there are vehicles, we've already come up with a name for the vehicles based on what we think they are. And if there are actual beings, like organisms, whether, you know, biological robots with AI or actual biological, natural, non-robotic beings, it's like we've come up with names for both these things, right? We call them, back, you know, in the 40s and prior, they called them flying discs, you know, and flying saucers. Then we start calling them UFOs. And then some guys on a UFO task force of some type in the UK, I learned recently, they came up with the new terminology UAP, just because they wanted to create like a euphemism to make it easier for people to talk about this without being embarrassed. And it just spread worldwide. Now we call them UAPs. But it's kind of weird because all of the nomenclature still sort of, the terminology still sort of implies that we're talking about beings who came here from another planet somewhere in space. And the craft we're talking about are craft that came here from some planet somewhere. And now when you hear people talk about this, especially the people who seem to be either the whistleblowers or around the whistleblowers, they don't even want to use a lot of that terminology anymore because they don't know if we're talking about things from outer space anymore or if these are things that live here. Like, as far as geographic location, to the extent you can use the word geographic to describe things in 3D space, they're like, we don't even know if they're just from here.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, I feel like when I've heard about UFOs in the past, it's been a fleeting kind of deal. It's like, okay, there's been a couple of moments. All right, there's like a video that surfaced, and then, but this feels like we're gonna be kind of talking about this maybe for a bit longer. And yeah, it's an interesting time to be alive. I'm excited, you know. Like,
oh, for real, man. You know what's interesting is I don't know. So there are gonna be some possibly open hearings. It sort of depends on the whistleblowers whether these hearings are going to be sort of behind closed doors, maybe in a skiff, or if they're going to be open hearings. The senators want them to be open hearings, but it's kind of up to the whistleblowers, you know, depending on whether or not they think it'll mess up their, you know, their sort of oaths of office and security clearances. But we're gonna have some hearings probably in late July, and you're gonna see apparently it might be multiple people beyond just David Grush, the guy who's come out so far. And these are gonna be people who are gonna say, apparently they've already told some of the senators like Marco Rubio and the other Gang of 8 senators and members of the House who are on the you know, these committees like the Select Senate Intelligence Committee. Those guys have already talked to these whistleblowers. They already know what they're going to say. But these are people who apparently are saying they were the ones working on these reverse engineering programs. So these are going to be people who are going to say that they've seen and touched UFOs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore, man. It's like, it's straight up science fiction, like kind of becoming real. So, yeah, it's interesting. I feel like the public reaction to aliens existing would be nuts, like at scale. I feel like that would be crazy. So that's interesting, and yeah, see what happens, man. It's an exciting time to be alive. Shout out to Future Fest.
Yeah, I mean it's so weird because it's such a.
Oh,
I always want to say it's like a taboo subject. It's not really taboo to talk about.
Well, it's just
UAPs.
we don't know. I mean, some people think it's psyop. Some people think it's. I think somebody said that in the comments there. Some people, you know, have been saying that there's aliens for so long, and this is kind of like an affirmation that they're not crazy. All this stuff in your video, kind of leading up to these moments here. So, you know, it's something to, I guess, be open-minded about. But yeah, it's always a little bit like, well, you don't want to be tricked. You know, that's like the worst feeling, Matt. It's like, I don't want to be tricked that something's, you know, something that I wanted to think was true. Like there's aliens, like that would be an interesting thing, right? There's other species, but you don't want to be tricked into believing that if that's not true too. So I get it. It's a weird time.
Yeah, that's why I say it's sort of like it's not really taboo, but it's effectively taboo because even the discussion of this topic has been ridiculed for, I mean, we're talking literally almost 80 years now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Since Roswell in 47 or whenever, I think it was 47, this topic has been ridiculed so harshly that it is basically effectively taboo to talk about it because people will think you're crazy.
It's like talking about Cardano like in 2021 a little bit.
It is kind of akin to talking to non-Cardano crypto people about Cardano.
Now it's a little bit like you could mention it. I feel like Joe Rogan was like the biggest reason why when he started to do all of his podcasts with just different people that were, you know, in that kind of more coming from a place of credibility while talking about aliens and UFOs.
It's true. I think his podcast with kind of starting with, you know, maybe the Bob Lazar came on with Jeremy Corbell, and even then, like Rogan had to go out to dinner with him first and bring one of his friends along to decide if Lazar was crazy or not. Like the night before the podcast, he had to go out to dinner with him and figure out if he was crazy or not.
Well, you know, it seems like there's definitely these things that are flying. So I feel like the bravery of the first people that were kind of, I guess, whistleblowing that, they probably had to be so brave. Because think of how easy it would be to be like, you're crazy. Like to even just, you know, mention that they saw something. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like Chicken Little, the movie. If you ever saw that movie, do you remember that? He was like told he was crazy because he was saying the sky was falling, but in that movie it actually was. It was actually falling.
The sky was actually falling.
Yeah, it actually was falling.
Yeah, I mean, this is like kind of like the subject of a lot of different fables. It's like, you know, the king has no clothes kind of you know, long fable. It's been told in like many different ways, but yeah, okay. I'm trying to get onto this. Okay. I feel like this is not as good a view up here, though.
I wanted to comment, though, on the sort of what looks like some sort of portals. Or are those, the spirals? There's like spirals and portals. And just the motion graphics on everything, I think is good to highlight. I think the architecture is like, I don't know. Would you consider that like almost Greek? That reminds me of like Greek architecture there. In this,
are you saying it reminds you of Greek architecture only because it's like they're white columns though?
Yeah,
because it's like some of this like really ornate stuff kind of looks almost more like, you know, the kinds of patterns you'd see like in European cathedrals, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. So is there like multiple zones that have different feels? So there was the booths, there was, you know, where the roller coaster kind of was. This is the DJ place. But I think the amount of signs that there are is interesting too.
Yeah, I guess I'm on the Cardano spot float here. Let's see what else we got.
It'd be cool if there was like is there like a little like it'd be cool if there was a map that you could pull up from like your menu a little bit.
That's a good idea. Actually, we should suggest that too. Maybe there is one and I just don't know, but if not,
shout out to Cardano Poppy, by the way, if he ends up watching this. Cardano Poppy is awesome, man. I met him really early when he was kind of doing some TikToks on Cardano when he first like was just getting on Twitter Spaces. and I actually got to meet him in Vegas, and I've just seen the journey of this project, and it's been crazy because it started as an idea. I remember when it started and got traction, and now it's like we're doing streams on it, and that's awesome. So shout out to the Future Fest team. Shout out to Cardano Poppy for sure.
And then, of course, right as we say it, it freezes up and it boots me from the server. sorry, guys. Sorry for the timing on that Future Fest team.
There's a UFO in there. I'm telling you. They don't.
Yeah, dude, my cursor made a UFO trail there. Joe, this is kind of a funny comment. Joe says, "Shout out to Flat Mars." This is the problem with this.
What is that? What is Flat Mars? Is that like another? Is there like a level to that?
I don't know if he's referencing an actual person. There might be some person with a user ID or a group, but it might just be the concept of like we for a while we had a.
Is he saying that beyond the Earth, that the next maybe there's Mars, maybe there's like is this like the flat? So flat Mars would be maybe after the flat Earth theory.
Yeah. Like we had this big spike a couple years ago in flat earthers, which blew my mind. It was amazing to me that people believed in a flat Earth, but maybe this is sort of. No, he's saying it's a CNFT project. Okay. Well, all right then.
CNFT. Yeah, because there was I think who was it? I think there was a basketball player that said it. I think it was Kyrie Irving maybe, and he retracted it. And then I don't know. I think that's when it hit my radar. The whole thing.
Oh, the flat Mars you're saying, or flat Earth?
No, yeah, I've never heard of flat Mars yet until now. I guess it's a CNFT project. He got us though. That was kind of good. That was slick marketing. Like if you're gonna get somebody to talk about flat Mars, it's like while we're discussing UFOs. I respected Joe.
Dude, I secretly hoped that we actually had like a person who sincerely believed in not just a flat Earth, but a flat Mars. Oh, there's quite a few more people. So there's multiple servers.
That's how they're doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I knew which server I was in before, guys. I was in the very first server. I'm obviously in a different server now. So apologies. I don't know which server this is, or I'd tell you which one it is. Okay, we haven't gone straight here. Let's go straight and see what we got going on. Dude, how about that? Let me ask you this question. Do you know anybody who, I want to jump on that again because it launches you so high, but that's what booted me from the server last time. So maybe I won't do that. Do you know anybody in real life who claims to have seen something weird, not just UFOs, but just something weird that's sort of outside of mainstream belief?
I know tons of people that have said that they've seen ghosts. I feel like everybody's got a ghost story. I think when it comes to aliens, do I know anybody that says they've seen an alien?
That one's kind of tough, huh?
I feel like I do, but maybe I'm not remembering it now. I mean, there has to be. Like, there's so many people have stories of like the supernatural, right? So
yeah,
I don't know.
I know a few people like I've obviously had like crazy people.
Your friends might be the aliens though.
Yeah. Well, what concerns me more is that
they would never admit it, right? They can't, because then you'll maybe be like freaked out.
I've had people like I've had people at parties start telling me super crazy stuff, including alien stories. And it was like the kind of situation where immediately they're lying to you. Like 100%. I mean, because they're always telling you 100%, bro. It was a UFO. I totally saw a UFO, and they're lying to you for some reason. I've had that like many times, but I've also had like a few instances where people who I had like good reason to believe they wouldn't lie to me about something like this, and they had like no reason to be lying to me. Tell me stories about seeing things like very casual, like they're driving down a road and all of a sudden this thing comes over them and it put a spotlight on their car in the middle of the desert.
Do they have like, dude, I feel like this is the weird part now, because before you could always be like, did you take a picture? Did you take a video? And we had a little bit of trust in that. But now I feel like with AI and 3D geometry with AI that's getting better, I feel like it'll be even a crazier world. You know, going back to the, I think somebody said the comment about psyop. It's like, well, AI is going to be the biggest like psyop from just all of the content creators that will like leverage it to make crazy looking stuff. And we'll like think that we're in this mythical world maybe, and it's like AI videos. But I feel like before, if somebody was telling you that at a party, you're like, well, you must have taken a video, right? And if they say no, then you know, okay, well, you know, that just lowered my chance of taking them seriously by a lot. But you know, if they whipped out a video of them with like, you know, in their car or something with like that light, and then like some actual like spaceship, I feel like I might have taken them pretty damn serious, right?
Yeah, you know, that was the case with the people. It was actually two people who were in this car, and they both told me exactly the same thing. But the funny part is,
did they take a video or not? They did take.
This is pre-video. This is pre-phones. This is pre-mobile phones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was like before anybody had mobile phones. But what's funny is they were both convinced it was not a UFO. The reason being, where they were driving is kind of within where they were driving is the middle of the desert. It was kind of within test flight range of Papoose Lake and Groom Lake and S4 and Area 51 and all that. Like it was pretty much where you would probably fly if you were testing some kind of experimental aircraft out of that Air Force base. So they were both convinced. They were like, yeah, it was definitely something that even today, I've talked to one of the people about this in the last like couple months, one of the two people who were in that car. And even today, that person's like, it was not any kind of plane as the public knows about
like a new invention, maybe like a new type of vehicle. They were kind of thinking along the lines of.
Yeah, no, they were convinced it was some kind of U.S. Air Force experimental craft that made no noise. And they were like, it wasn't a helicopter. There were no rotors. There was no rotor wash. There was no noise. It was just, there was an aircraft above us and it spotlighted our car. And they were driving like 65 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour through the desert on an open, empty road.
Gosh. Yeah, I think, yeah, you know, it's funny because I know that there's I know an engineer at, what's it called? I gotta actually reach out. There's so much stuff I wish I asked this person that I just have never thought to even ask. But I think it's Raytheon, or there's like a company that he was doing work for, and I think they get contracted by the U.S. government on like a lot of stuff. And I just wonder, you know, if people like him would have experienced any of that newer technology, because I mean, having something that can go underwater at the rates that are purported, like 100 knots, is what I've heard people say, underwater. That's pretty like unbelievable by itself. So if we have that technology and it's not some extraterrestrial, it's crazy too. But like,
that's sort of the funniest. That's sort of the funniest part about the whole deal. I mean, like the reason why it seems like the reason that Congress is so mad right now about the possibility that these whistleblowers' stories are factual is because they didn't approve any of the funding. If these retrieval and reverse engineering programs are going on, they're supposed to be within congressional oversight. They didn't approve the funding for any of that. And they're like, if this is the case, where is this technology? Like, is it the case that the contractors responsible for this are, you know, we're giving them, if we're retrieving materials, are we giving them the materials, they're reverse engineering them, and then they're selling the stuff back to us in the form of some of our advanced, you know, weapon systems like the F-117A Nighthawk stealth fighter. Was that was that a defense contractor selling us back technology they'd reverse engineered from advanced materials? Is that what happened there? So it's almost like they're mad about the misallocation of the resources and the money issues. You know, I'm sure deep down they're just like, you know, they're as astounded as all of us about this like gigantic, you know, pivot in our understanding of our place in the universe. But also at the same time, they're like mad about the appropriations issues.
I feel like this year has been nuts for me because I just know that I've never seen as many theories like about like these kind of things till now. Like this last like 12 months almost, it feels like there's so many theories. There's this, you know, I think we were talking about like if there's more land on the world than we think. There's like a Middle Earth theory I've seen on TikTok and people talking about it. And it's just like this wild range of like new theories, and maybe they've always existed, but it's pretty nuts. Like we really don't know. So I'm just gonna take the position of being wicked humble and just trying to see stuff. You know, I just want to see it. I gotta see it to believe it a little bit.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's probably, I think that's probably the healthiest way to approach all
That's
this.
the only way to like not lose your mind on this stuff, I feel like.
Yeah, and it's like it's not even just this UAP topic. It's also like what could potentially happen with AI, like, you know, what could potentially happen with crypto, like all these issues. I mean, if you we see people out there, I think all of us see people out there who say they understand.
Theory, somebody just commented. But yeah, keep going. So there's another theory too. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Sorry. Tell me the fourth one. What's the fourth big one you think that might be world changing?
Oh, for technologies.
Yeah. Or you said there was another theory. Did you have another?
Oh yeah, no. Well, somebody said instead of the Middle Earth, somebody said the hollow moon theory in the comment section. So I was just it was Pohara.
Oh yeah. The this. As far as I understand it, this is the idea that the moon is some kind of an alien base, and actually inside it, they've got an entire base, and the outside of the moon that we know is just sort of the camouflage of their gigantic hollow base.
Like, how could you not, like, it's impossible for us to prove that's not true. Like, all these theories, there's a huge reason why they probably purport and exist. It's like, well, it's, yeah, I don't know. like
yeah,
I
mean,
hard to be like, no, that's definitely not the case. It's like, well, I mean, I can't really say that I've been up there, so not yet.
Yeah, I mean, the only conspiracy theories that are good ones are the ones that you can't confirm, because the second it can be confirmed or disconfirmed, it's no longer a conspiracy theory. So, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think your attitude though is the right one with all these kinds of things that could be potentially world changing, because we see a lot of people saying they know what the ramifications are going to be, they know what impact these things will have, and I don't think anybody really knows with any of these things.
I like listening to them though. Like
yeah.
Kind of entertaining a little bit too. Like it's got some escapism vibes for me of like listening to some of these things, because like they're so interesting if they're true. But I also feel like it's just good to listen to all these different things. I just gotta see it, man. And I'll admit, AOS, sometimes I'll look up at the sky now, I'd be like, is that a day? Oh, it's a plane. And I'll think it's a spaceship for a couple seconds there. And, you know, it's just, I've never done that before. I've never looked at the night sky, try to like see UFOs. So it has definitely made me like, well, maybe I'll be the first to make contact and talk to these guys. But, it's fun. It's all fun, but you know, you got to see it to believe it. For me, a little bit.
Yeah, no, you make a really good point. I can't even tell you, when I was a little kid, man, it's like we were pretty much straight up taught never to be seen taking this subject even remotely serious. Like literally, I would have people tell me like, don't talk about UFOs. People will think you're crazy. By the way, thanks to Steven and Soto for saying that. I appreciate it.
Well, you brought, and I shout out to you, AOS, because the way that you covered it was awesome. I mean, you covered it with everything that could be like as credible sources as you could. I felt like it felt like you were trying to just come from the standpoint of well, this is being talked about. Here's some really like credible disclosures that we've seen in whistleblowers. Here's their background. Here's their angles. Here's the XYZ person's agenda versus XYZ person's agenda. And I thought it came from like a really good like I could almost take it serious and be like, all right, no, this actually gets us up to date with like a lot of maybe information. It was cool. It was a cool episode.
You know, yeah, there's definitely this thanks for saying that. There's definitely this because the burden of craziness, the burden of not seeming crazy is so high to even broach the subject. You have to kind of pick and choose how deep you want to go on any of these things. Like somebody pointed out today, hey, how come you didn't cover Bob Lazar, right? And I intentionally didn't cover Bob Lazar, even though he's the most famous whistleblower of all, by far, exponentially more well-known and famous than any other whistleblower, right? He's the guy. You know the story, I'm guessing, right?
I'm still kind of catching up with all the Bob Lazar stuff. Was he also on Joe Rogan?
Yeah, he was the one that kind of
I've seen that one.
Okay, you know what we're talking about. I won't delve into all those subjects. And there's some really controversial stuff about him. If you read the Wikipedia, if you go to his Wikipedia and you read the section called like criminal infractions or criminal investigations or convictions or something like that, you're gonna read some unsavory stuff about Bob Lazar, you know.
Okay.
And he's been like maybe the most debunked. Maybe his story is the most debunked story, in the history of this whole topic of aliens and UFOs. Like the most debunking energy has been spent on this guy, and for good reason, because he did do some unsavory things, and there were all these questions about his education at MIT, whether or not that happened, whether or not he worked at Los Alamos, whether or not he worked at S4. There's even another theory. There's other information / disinformation that maybe he was just the guy that checked the radiation badges at S4 and he actually didn't know anything. So it's like there's like 20 different levels of debunking of Bob Lazar. And if you bring him up, it's like you almost have to go through every single level of debunking. And there's like 20 different stories, which all
episode a lot longer.
And they can't all be true. Like it can't be that he never worked for the US government and he was also just the guy who checked the radiation badges or whatever. Like, so there's even conflicting debunking stories about him.
Yeah, that is interesting though. And shout out to Steven. I think one of Steven's comments was cool because he was like, dude, you're in crypto. How are you worried about crazy? And I feel like that was
legit.
I feel like that was kind of one of the things about, I guess, even my journey in Cardano a little bit, because I did have a lot of people that were, huge real life crypto, I guess, fans. But you mentioned Cardano in 2021, and it was like almost they were like ready to mock you a little bit, It was like, oh, okay, yes, no. We will educate you. We'll let that one go that you mentioned Cardano, and now it doesn't seem that way. I'll admit, but it is kind of interesting. Even your experience, maybe Bitcoin was probably a crazy thing to mention at one point.
Oh, 100%, dude. I've told this story before, but my accountant pulled me aside the first year I had to report Bitcoin crypto profits in general. I think I've told this a million times, but I saw an article in the newspaper the year I had to pay, the first time I had to pay taxes on crypto profits. There was an article in the news in a bunch of different newspapers that basically said like only like 400 people had paid crypto profits that year. And man, I knew like 400 people myself just from the various crypto forums who I knew were making money. So there were probably like 40,000 people who made money on crypto that year, but only 400 of us actually paid taxes. And my accountant pulled me aside, and he was like a really old guy, and he kind of saw himself as like, the guy who should be giving me fatherly advice about this. We pulled me aside. He's like, listen, you know, this is all nonsense, right? He was trying to get me to divest of all of my crypto holdings and like never touch it again.
Dude, that's why like I had this conversation once on my channel, and there's this almost interesting thing that happens where even some very smart people will talk about a new technology, make fun of it, and then be proven wrong like way later. So you can't, like, wealthy, successful, smart people, and it doesn't just happen like with crypto. It's like happened time and time again, television, email. And there's these clips on YouTube that are compilations of when this happens, right? And they're pretty funny when you can find them. But just listening to, I guess, just some people speak about email just being a fad, right? It's like the way that they mocked it, the way that they almost made it seem like it was crazy to even believe that email was a thing, like, or ever going to be a thing. And you know, it's interesting, but it does happen. So you can't always, you know, you gotta stay open-minded, I feel like. And the old opportunities that people are used to are always like not going to be the best opportunities. Being younger myself, I know for a fact that, yeah, there were some great ways to get into real estate. There was less in like inflation. If you were born, I don't know, 50 to 70 years ago. But the opportunities today, you have to be a bit more strategic, and it's not as much of an opportunity as it used to be. It's still, you can find opportunities. You can do lease to owns. You can figure out ways to do that with multifamily houses, whatnot. But you got to kind of do it in like a strategic way. So the newer opportunities today were never even a thought for people that were from those generations. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna go to. Sorry, I'm gonna try to reboot this thing so we can get back in. It looks like we got booted again.
Good, this is gonna be good, kind of data for Future Fest. I think one of their approaches is always looking at the different pieces of content that come out, seeing how people's experiences were. People give them a lot of feedback on their experience. Streams are great for projects like these because they show them what the experience looks like, and they can see why it happened. And they know probably why we got booted, and they can reverse engineer it, figure out how to scale it. So I think it's net positive for the team because it's early, man. I mean, Future Fest, it's still early. Like I'm rooting for them, but
100%. Yeah, 100%. I'm so glad.
I
mean, we basically get these like live metaverse events. You know, like what is it, like once a month in Cardano? It's awesome.
Is that what it is now? Once a month?
I have no idea. I'm just guessing. They probably have
they pop up though, right? It's like I get surprised when you invited me to the stream, AOS. I was even out of touch with the fact that this was even happening tonight. I knew it was around the corner because I think I saw your vid, but I wasn't paying attention to the date. So then I looked today and I was like, wow, you know, and it just kind of sneaks up on you and you're like, I don't want to miss that because then I'll be the only person in my Twitter space that didn't go. And you know, the last Twitter space that I had after a Future Fest event, it was like the only thing everyone was talking about. And I was left out of the loop because I was like, wait a second, I'm running a Twitter space called Metaverse Monday and everybody here went and I didn't. It's like, can't do that.
Yeah. You especially have to go to all the Metaverse stuff.
Yeah, and eventually it'll be hard to get to everything, I think, when more things launch. But it's cool how these Future Fest accounts, the Future Fest events seem to grow in popularity and in like exposure. They've been strategic. They've gotten the right type of events. They got the right themes for their events, and I think they're exposing bit by bit to the whole community.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's been kind of a little bit of sort of piecemeal exposure, right? Like every event, they pick up a few more people who kind of know what they're doing, who know what Future Fest is doing.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm always trying to figure out how many of the people at these events are humans and how many are NPCs
Or aliens. I mean,
or hey, I'll take them. I'll count those as non-NPCs at this point. I'm
Okay.
trying to be cool to our new overlords, JCrypto.
I am too. Shout
I
out to
want, I want to be like a bureaucrat in the overlord regime. I don't want to be a peasant. If they
Yeah,
eat
you
us,
wanna
I definitely don't want to be cattle. So
you want to have some nobility status, like
I don't even need to be nobility. I just don't want to be cattle if they eat us. That's the main thing. You know, like I don't want to be eaten. That's one of my life priorities.
yeah. If it comes down to it, I don't want to be eaten, dude. So I think the value of having these NPCs today is like it kind of in a weird way strategically shows people what they can do. It's like, oh, by the way, the DJ is playing here. Maybe this is a good place to dance, and having the NPCs go and do that. It's something I think could be applied in the future to other things besides dancing in front of a DJ.
Yeah, I mean we know this from video games, right?
Yeah, I mean, like what? What are you thinking?
You know, it's like imagine an Assassin's Creed game if there were no NPCs. Like, you know what I mean? If like it was just you, the character, running around this giant map, and there were no like, you know, villagers kind of scurrying around and stuff, and like the only other characters were like the bosses you fight, like it would be a much more barren experience, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, for sure. So I guess it's just an extension of that.
Dude, the giant robots are pretty cool.
It's impressive.
Oh, I guess he's pulling a float.
Is he? Or is it just in front of it? Is there a string?
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the floats are kind of self-propelling. They probably did that just so that we're not around there having to figure out if we're tripping over the rope or something, right?
Yeah, maybe.
We can
Dude, Steven said, are we drinking tonight? Can we explain that? So, I feel like the AOS Burgers comment needs maybe some explaining too, because I'm not sure what that is. But last time I was on, I think there was maybe I was on your channel, and maybe you do this more than I'm aware of AOS, but we did drink whiskey that time.
yeah. I may have drank a little bit of whiskey outside of podcasts in my life. Man, you know, tonight is one of those nights when I should not really drink. I've definitely got some serious physical activities in the next 24 hours that the drinking would impact. But I would say whoever wants to drink should definitely drink. Maybe I'll see. Maybe at some point I'll see if I've got something around here to drink, just a little bit of, to keep anybody else company. But
yeah, no, I would say enjoy yourselves tonight to everyone watching, however you want to, for sure.
Okay, here's a good question. So Steven makes a good point. Definitely aliens. Here's a good question. What do you think about this, JCrypto? Since you are the Metaverse Monday man, how long till we have a fully functioning metaverse to explore on Cardano? You actually, of all the people I know in Cardano, you might actually know the most about this question too.
I mean, this question is like a fully functioning, you know, that makes it such a tough one to answer, right? Because each project, I mean, okay, so which ones are, so you can go into a few right now. You can go into a few experiences that are part of one right now, but I would say that they're not fully functioning. I think, let me just rattle off the ones that I'm kind of aware of. I'm definitely not aware of everything, but I know Carta Station, Virtua has cribs. There's Pavia doing the playground starting tomorrow, I believe. There's Future Fest. There's I haven't tried Unbounded Earth. I don't know if they have an experience that's persistent or available. I know that there's a bunch that I was looking at early, like when everything was kind of launching, and I was like, all right, and they've kind of, I've seen them not become like much. And then there's Cornucopias, though. I will say they already like let people kind of play their racing game back in Vegas. So I think they're probably around the corner with something. I think it's going to be a while before we understand what a fully functioning metaverse means, and I think each project will probably have their own vision towards that. And I think like it's never going to be something that should be fully complete. I also think that there's a lot of new technology crossovers that need to be thought about, because the way that you may utilize something like AI could expose you to regulatory risks from IP. I don't know if you saw, but I just was reading a headline today that there was some litigation around that recently, around IP AI stuff already. But then, you think about the cost that could be saved if you can generate 3D rigged vehicles and, games, fully playable games. You think of like the cost that could go down from that. And it's something where I feel like discovering and then there's another layer to it too, AOS, right? Because a fully functioning metaverse project could just mean an ecosystem of these different experiences with their own value additions. The tough part for me is we're still in the stage where I think each project can have a spot on a spectrum of device choices where they want to optimize. They can have a spot on a spectrum of accessibility, how much they want to offer in browser. And I would like to believe that most of these projects will end up being compatible with all sorts of devices. And right now we're just at a stage where they'll have experiences maybe for certain devices and they won't offer those experiences for certain devices. But I think we're at a stage where we're kind of still seeing what projects are focused on, what markets they want to capture. We have all sorts of types of games that can be metaverse like affied. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing a little bit with the difference between something like a racing game versus maybe a first person shooter game, versus if you even wanted to go to different game genres, you could go to land-based strategy. I'm seeing stuff in that, card games, and the assets of those other games that aren't very 3D like could be used in the 3D way in the metaverse. So how long? I think I have no clue, honestly. Like I wouldn't be able to answer that, because I think even Steven says coming soon to a screen near you. It's like, I know that these guys will keep, like, if you ever listen to Rob has so much he wants to do.
Yeah, true.
He wants to do.
True.
So, and he's gonna keep coming up with new concepts and ideas of what to do. Like a guy like Rob, Greg. So, I mean, when a fully functional, I feel like a good thing to be watching here is AI geometry. A good thing to be watching here is I guess device and game engine interoperability. I've been watching that conversation. It's slow right now, but there's a couple of things that we could have seen with NVIDIA. Just on the chip level, you can search information that way. How graphics cards play into game engine interoperability, different standards. It's a big, huge thing, and it hasn't just like been worked on the last couple of years. Like this has all been the internet's evolution, essentially. Like the people that were probably in Web 1 were probably thinking of these metaverse concepts, maybe not blockchain integrated with the metaverse, but they're probably thinking of like, wow, one day, how amazing would it be if you were able to just like, go into a virtual reality and like, connect with people. Like I'm sure that just like we in blockchain think of, wow, one day real estate being mixed with blockchain, like that would be interesting, right? We're trying to think of how it would work. Eventually, there's going to be people that watch that probably happen.
Check this out. I found a little glitch.
Oh, okay.
You like that?
What's it say? Oh yeah, that's good reporting.
Yeah, just make the background. That's a very, very minor glitch.
Watching. Well,
Yeah.
they should do Easter egg there.
Yeah, that's right. We'll call it an Easter egg.
So
let me ask you. Let me ask you this. You know a lot about, or I should say, you might be the person to ask.
Yeah.
What can we expect from Pavia Playground?
Pavia Playground
coming out tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I can add much than to check out their video. What I think is important to say though to manage expectations, and I'm gonna make a video actually. There's sort of this thing about accessibility that we were talking about, right? I think there's kind of like a PC. You're gonna have to be on a PC for the playground event to start, and it's like persistent. So I don't want to call it an event. I think the playground is the start of getting into like this glimpse of Pavia, and I think why it's great that they're releasing it and letting us go into it on a persistent basis is because that means they're exposing us. They have an environment to expose us to what they develop, and they can market it. And they have a huge Twitter following, and they actually like have a lot of people interested outside of Cardano. I don't know if you've seen, but they're definitely one of the most followed Metaverse projects on Cardano.
Yeah,
probably up there for Metaverse projects. So I think as they market different developments, I like to think of the playground as going this direction where when they develop something, they'll announce it and they'll show it off in the playground. I like to think of the playground as that because it's 100 plots wide. They can show off things like token gating. You know, if you have, I think the easiest example, obviously, is the one that everybody uses, which is like if you're a celebrity and you make an NFT that allows you to go inside a Pavia plot. I mean, that's an easy way to create a valuable NFT if you're a celebrity. And the token gating feature, they've shown us on Twitter, but don't you want to see it? And I think that's why the playground's so valuable, right? It's like now we're actually going to be able to back up what the thoughts in our heads are of how this stuff looks on a picture or a video with the experience of going in and seeing it. And I think strategically it's smart because you get to have like the feedback of the community when they try out these features, like Future Fest, right? So I like the direction of it. I think it's smart. I'm more excited about the mech Pavs mint, and I'm not sure when that is yet. So I'm waiting on that still. I'm waiting to hear when they announce that because I don't know what the mech Pavs will be, but I hope that they're like I hope that there's some kind of way to battle mech Pavs against each other.
Look at this.
You know? Oh, sorry. What'd you say?
Speaking of mech type entities, look at this. You can't attack a giant robot. He just kicks you.
He kicks you? Does he actually kick you or no?
It's just okay. Check this out. Yeah, here. Watch this. I'll try to run into his leg. Boom.
Look at the force of that.
It's a very powerful giant robot.
I think they should up the force. I think they should like 10x the force. So if you run into one of those things, it just like throws you across the map, man.
Like it just launches you to the other side of the map.
Like it will be a struggle to find that robot. Like you'll have to walk a bit. Like it won't be just a couple more seconds till you get kicked again. It's like you gotta, that thing isn't messing around. It's not gonna be pestered by you all day, just kicking you 20 feet. That thing should kick you like, a couple football fields maybe.
I kind of like this idea. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I think that would be hilarious. And that's the direction I want to see these projects going a bit more too, is like, I get it. There's institutional money that some projects probably want or perceive that they want. But I would like to see some crazy things, man. Like I'd like to see UFOs in the sky at Future Fest, or like coming down and saying some announcement that will then be announced next week and only people that saw it. Or that could be the announcement. It's like, hey, we're announcing it in this spot at Future Fest. We're announcing our next collab here. and have like some UFO fly down to play to the UFO narrative too. So it's kind of, you know, a good way to market.
Looks like we're walking around. I'm walking around some kind of art installation here. Maybe these are what do we call the NFTs where it's a single NFT? What is this?
What'd you say?
What do you call it when you create an NFT collection of just one NFT?
Like a one of one, you mean?
Yeah, I think are these one of ones? Is that what these are? One of one NFTs here?
I don't know, man. Like a one of one could be an NFT. I feel like, well, I know, it's a weird term, right? But yeah, one of one for an artist NFT. Yes, sure. That's the official terminology. One of one. You make a piece. It's like the only one. It's interesting though. Are you worried about the values, I guess, or even the potential for artists to leverage NFTs as a way to, I don't know, make money on their artwork anymore with all the AI?
Yeah, I think it's more of a like more of a general art problem than it is even an NFT specific problem.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's I had a discussion with an artist I know. He doesn't just make money as an artist. He has other means of income, but he's made a decent amount of money in his lifetime as an artist, specifically with paintings. So I asked him about the AI thing, and it was kind of weird. Like he knew about Midjourney and he sort of knew the potential of AI created art, but he hadn't even ever used Midjourney.
That's scary. I know the same exact thing, man. I've talked to a few artists now that haven't used Midjourney, and they're like talking about it, but they haven't tried it. They haven't seen it. They haven't tasted it. You know.
This person exactly, and it was weird. Is he agreed with me? He agreed with me that like maybe it kills like a huge percentage of the art. You know, I guess it's a weird way to put it that it kills art, but what he meant was it makes the creation of art so much more accessible for non-artistic people like me. That maybe that does hurt some of the utility of a person like him, because it's so much easier for a guy like me to create art that's like, I mean, really on par with what he would make, you know?
Yeah, I've never sold anything that I've made. I've never launched like an NFT project, of course, but I've never sold any like art that I've made for Midjourney. But man, I gotta tell you, like, it is so fun just being able to go into Midjourney and have an idea in my head and bring it to life with a prompt, and at a level that I would have never believed I could do. Even seeing some of your thumbnails, it's pretty interesting. You know, AOS, I know that you're having a lot of fun with it because you can look at AOS's thumbnails and the way that you tell a story at the beginning of each of your rumor rundowns for Cardano stuff. It's like, well, what a perfect place for you to also like have a creative, you know, theme in the form of a thumbnail that ties into what you're talking about. It was like what you were doing before, but now you're doing it at a level that is so much better. And your earlier thumbnails, I'm a fan of, but you know, it's like you look at your thumbnails now, and when you first did it, it was like I was like, why is AOS making all these thumbnails of these like Chad looking guys? Because there was like when Midjourney first came out, it was like there was like 10 videos in a row that it was just this Chad like buff looking guy, and then Cardano like something, and then you kind of deviated from that and you got to all these different themes and these stories, and now you're just like able to do it at a level that I'm just seeing it evolve.
Yeah, I think the thumbnail, sort of the thumbnail use case for AI art is pretty good, because before I would just have to use kind of stock images, because I wasn't going to create, I wasn't going to like digitally draw my thumbnails every night, but I wanted like things that represented what we're talking about. So the only option was kind of like stock images. But a lot of times it's like I want to like personify Cardano. Like I want to have a human, and the human is sort of in the position of Cardano.
Yeah.
So the stock images, though, it's not always going to be a super cool looking guy who's going to be in this, whatever this weird position is. So the great thing about AI art, especially in those first days, was I could make the Cardano type, human representation super, super Chad.
Yeah, no,
because he was Cardano.
Well, I think maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like if you're coming out with a theme and you have to find a stock image and it's not perfect, but it's close enough, you don't have the same kind of like creative freedom. Like it reverses the process a bit, because now you can come up with the theme and you can like make the picture exactly what you want. Whereas before you kind of had to like maybe relate it to a picture that was maybe close to a theme that you made, or you were just looking at stock images and like, oh, which theme can I make from these stock images? So maybe it gives you a little bit more freedom. But yeah, I think it's fun. Like, it's cool to. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, by the way, Steven, this sound is I don't know if you can hear, but that's me opening a bottle. The closest thing I could find, closest thing I could access from this location was a bottle of brandy. So I'm pouring a little brandy in my coffee here.
I'll grab a drink for the Kopi Cafe. A little bit of what is it? A reference here. What are you drinking today, AOS? We could roll raw.
That's right. It is. Yeah. You got Steven on the screen too.
Sparkling water.
I was gonna say I didn't expect you to have any. I didn't expect you to actually have any booze available right there. So I was kind of surprised. I thought you were gonna pull out something, but that'll do. Sparkling water will do.
I've been waiting, AOS, for you to mention that you were having brandy too, so I could have my booze that I've been storing here. It's like.
Yeah. So what else are you looking forward to? Oh, before we do this, I was gonna ask earlier and I forgot. Has it? Anybody in the comments? Earlier we were talking about people who make at least credible claims. We're not talking about the crazy people at parties, but Steven says he's drinking bourbon. Yep. Actually, for some reason that the brandy I'm drinking kind of reminds me of bourbon, the way it tastes actually. But how many people in the comments have know people who have told you credible stories about seeing weird things like UAPs? We're not talking about the crazy people you meet at parties, like when you're in college, who start telling you and some girl you're standing next to about the time they saw a UFO. We're talking about credible stories. How many people in the comments, if any, have had people tell them credible stories about something weird? It doesn't necessarily have to be confirmed UFO, but something weird in the sky, or just something that kind of goes beyond our understanding of the universe we live in. We'll see if anybody's in there. But JCrypto, I was going to ask you, what are you looking forward to the most in Cardano right now? I mean, it's kind of like it's always weird during sort of crypto winter. It's always this super chill period where we're all just kind of like, holding our breath and waiting. But what are you looking forward to right now in Cardano?
Well, for me, man, I try to in this part of the cycle, right? It's like I feel like I'm gravitated towards L1 like intel gathering, because I feel like in the project space, you want to see who's launching what, and you want to kind of like, that's building on Cardano. I mean, you want to kind of just track them and see who's for real, who's going to be here. And I've kind of done that with like a lot of projects. I'm not paying too much attention to like new projects that are, I've never heard about, because there's already so many that are kind of on my radar in Cardano. And I have some in this kind of portion here, I have some things that I'm excited to see get like follow through on from like the L1 Cardano standpoint. One of those things being, I know Ouroboros Laos is a huge piece of infrastructure. I think there's research that maybe still needs to be done and, I guess posted around how Cardano can seamlessly scale with side chains. I think that those two challenges are exciting to monitor and watch and listen to when Charles does kind of speak about it, but he's been light on that, on content in general, I feel like recently. I think there's Babylon fees too that I'm waiting for. So there's a few things that I have in like the pipeline that I'm just kind of watching and waiting. It looks like we got a little bit of a Vegas reference here on update, if you want to mention that.
Oh yeah, I'm in Vegas, so even if it was a UFO UAP, I would just think it's a military aircraft. Yeah, I would agree with that down in Vegas. You're not too, it's funny. I've even this is I'm trying to decide how much of the story to tell, but so one time I was in Vegas and under some very weird circumstances, I met a bunch of pilots. I won't say what they were piloting. It was they were airplanes. They weren't any kind of UAP or anything, but a bunch of Air Force. They weren't actually Air Force, which is kind of a hint, but they were pilots. We'll say they were pilots. They were military pilots, and they were down there doing some testing outside of Vegas, and they were hanging out in Vegas at night. And they had some. This is a long time ago. This was probably 15 years ago now. And even back then, they had some pretty weird stories about what they were doing in Vegas.
Well, everybody has weird stories in Vegas, but it sounds like their stories were a little bit extraterrestrial.
They weren't really extraterrestrial, but it was kind of like they were describing the place where they were doing this testing, and they had some weird things to say about it. How about this one? What do you think about this one? A cousin of mine says she saw I'm guessing that's a light fly down to a mountaintop near my parents' house, hover there, then take off fast in their direction. She was on a walk, but ran back home after that. Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of people say weird things about lights.
I mean, the tough part of that one, Jose, it's like, I wish it wasn't, I love that story because it sounds like a UFO. I just wish it wasn't like oh, my cousin, or, oh, well, one time my friend of a friend told me this. I'm not trying to discredit your cousin's credibility there. It's just like, I wish that it was, I would have, liked it more if it was like first person. But yeah, I think that sounds like a UFO. I mean, I'm just calling the, like I see it here. If it looks at you and then goes in a weird direction, that doesn't look like it's flying in at first. It can't be a plane.
I mean, could be like a helicopter. Just playing devil's advocate, could be a helicopter, but it's kind of it's all like the physics make a difference, right? It's like, did it hover and then take off fast like a helicopter could, or are we talking about the kind of like pill or TikTok type physics like Commander Fravor described?
Yeah, I mean, if this is a true thing, though, I mean, I don't know. It feels more UFO vibes than it does helicopter.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what he's communicating. I mean, Jose is obviously communicating this to us in a format that's good for a comment on YouTube. So he's not giving us, minute details. But I'm guessing his cousin is probably saying that the physics, the acceleration, and the taking off fast. She's probably indicating that there's some physics there that didn't seem like conventional aircraft.
What if there's like a quota that aliens have to like, okay, we got to expose ourselves to like this many people a year because it'll be funny since nobody will believe them. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just have them see us real quick and change their life forever. And then nobody will ever believe them and they'll think that they're crazy. And there's like a quota, you know what I mean? AOS.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. We could go super deep on that topic, actually.
Dude, could I actually, I just gotta, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, we could go super deep on what JCrypto just brought up. Oh, let me go back over and let's get us back into the event here. So there, JCrypto kind of touched on this theory. So before we jump into that, Jose is saying here, supposedly crossed about 5 miles in a couple of seconds. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that we see. I mean, even I think yesterday there was a video released from the Skinwalker Ranch television show where they captured some super high-speed camera footage of some kind of anomalous thing in the air that was going like 3,600 miles per hour above them. They kind of, did some things with sounds and rockets to try to trigger a reaction. And their high-speed camera, they brought in a high-speed camera guy who had some very special camera equipment, and he captured this thing, and they calculated based on the distance it traversed above their heads, given some of the landmarks in the frame of the camera. This thing was traveling 3,600 miles per hour. So it obviously wasn't like a bird, right? So I think those things matter. But what JCrypto is touching on is like, why, it kind of like, it kind of speaks to this question of why all this stuff is happening with UAPs right now. Like, why all of a sudden we're getting all these whistleblowers? Why is there this giant uptick in, the incidents of people reporting UAPs? Like, we had this very notable report, right? I'll just call it a report, whether you think it was nonsense or something. We had this very notable report from Vegas the other day where a police officer had on his body cam, and he recorded something that looked like a craft, streaking through the sky and coming down to earth. And then moments later, his partner got a call from a family in Las Vegas, and they went to the house, and the family had this story about a craft coming down, landing in the backyard. I think everybody's heard the story, but landing in the backyard, they go out there and they say, yeah, there were a couple of aliens, and the alien apparently got on their forklift. They had like a forklift in their backyard, got on a forklift or something, or front end loader, and tried to make it drive, but why? I think most people have probably seen the video footage and heard the 911 call they made, but it's like, why are these things all happening now? And like, of course, you get into all kinds of conspiracy theories. Like, a lot of people say, what's happening right now is that we have sort of a countdown, and we're on this disclosure countdown. A lot of this is based on Lou Elizondo having been on a few podcasts and telling people, like, people got anxious, like, hey, I thought we were going to get some kind of disclosure. When is disclosure going to happen? Whatever that means to each individual person, disclosure. And his response was, go find a hobby for 5 years and come back. And I believe that was in 2022. So a lot of people, there's this, I'll call it a theory, a conspiracy theory, that disclosure is definitely going to take place for some reason, in this 5-year time span from 2022. And, we are seeing this huge uptick in whistleblowers coming forward and reports of UAP activity and sightings of aliens, all this stuff. Is it because we are on some kind of a timeline and something is happening, by 2027, or, maybe people who have knowledge of whatever is the truth behind this UAP phenomenon, maybe those people, have decided for some reason that disclosure has to take place. Oh, you back, JCrypto?
Yeah, and the thing is, what if I'll present a little bit of a fun one here. It's like,
I think your camera's still off. I don't know if you wanted to be off or on, but
yeah,
there you go.
What if there's like a sort of thing in that statement of, and I just thought this, so I haven't thought about this much, but it's like, go find a hobby for 5 years. What if that means that when disclosure comes and like gets here at the biggest level possible, that means whatever you're doing will become a hobby, because everything will change so drastically. That's a crazy thought too. I mean, if aliens exist and they're here and they're, disclosure's coming.
Hey, it's Amy Watson and Jimmy Harvey, and we are here in beautiful Austria.
Did we lose you? You still there? I lost you for a second.
I thought I'm hearing some Austria person. Is that
it's the music. It's the music.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, so, the DJ has left, so they're just playing some music.
Got it. Yeah. So basically, that's interesting too. It's like, how much will society change in 5 years? And this video will be fun to look back on and be like, wow, they really didn't know anything. Like they were, I mean, we could be so ignorant of how much things could change when disclosure happens. Because I feel like me and you, AOS, are pretty open-minded. We're trying to be very critical thinking around this topic, not kind of buying into anything that we haven't seen maybe, but also being open-minded towards it. It's like I feel like there's a lot of people that aren't like that, and their reality would be so altered if they were to find out that there's like actual extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, there's you hit on a couple different things there. The first thing is whether Lou Elizondo was remarking on how transformational this would be, and I think he was actually giving some kind of indication like, hey, in 5 years, a lot more is going to be out. Whether or not that was because something was actually happening 5 years from 2022, or he was just saying at this pace of disclosure, we'll know a lot more in 5 years. But I think what you're talking about is almost even more interesting. How transformational will it be? I mean, even just the initial news, the thing we know for a fact is that we've got somebody who worked for AARO, which is the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. This is the office that Congress funded when this UFO stuff started coming out. We previously had these programs like ATIP and OSAP that Lou Elizondo was a part of. But when all that stuff came out in 2017, Congress was like, wait a second, are we talking about UFOs now? And we definitely didn't approve any funding for any UFO stuff. So where's this coming from? So by that time, ATIP had already been disbanded. And so Congress was like, well, we want to know about this. So they funded AARO, this new program that Dr. Kirkpatrick, that some people have seen, is the director of. Even just that, the fact that Congress created an office to investigate, that's like kind of transformational. Then we've got a former employee of AARO, David Grush, coming forward and saying, hey, I've investigated this for the last 4 years, and I've talked to a lot of people, and all these people are in either the intelligence community or the U.S. Department of Defense, and they're all telling me the same thing, that we've got this craft retrieval and reverse engineering program, and sometimes we find dead pilots in those craft, and they're all telling me the same thing. This appears to be real. Maybe you should look into it. Even that is so transformational. Even if you imagine he's a crazy lying person, the fact that somebody from that office has like come to that conclusion, even if he's lying, it's interesting.
Either way, yeah, because if it is a lie, then it's transformational when it becomes known that it's a lie.
Yeah, because they haven't. If it was a lie, if it was completely a lie, we wouldn't have Marco Rubio and Kirsten Gillibrand bipartisan on both sides of the aisle, right? Those two are on opposite sides of the aisle. We wouldn't have people on both sides of the aisle saying, hey, there's something going on here. I mean, Marco Rubio went as far as to say, hey, I've talked to a bunch of the people who I think David Grush is talking about, and these are people who have firsthand accounts of seeing craft and maybe more. But he's saying he's talking to the people who were a part of these reverse engineering programs, probably, but definitely saying firsthand accounts, like they were the ones who actually saw these craft.
Yeah, and I think for me it's binary in a way, because it's starting to become this. To me, this is the way that I just see it. It's like, well, if this is some sort of orchestrated deal that has nothing to do with aliens, we've kind of crossed the threshold of like I guess I would call it like credible claims or credible support, where all of those people would look very crazy if it was to be found out that it was all just part of some big psyop. And that's transformational because there's a lot of trust. Well, there's less trust maybe now than ever, but there's and that's not necessarily bad. I mean, there's a lot of disruption happening, and with tech and things, but it's like that would lose more trust in institutions. If this is some sort of advanced technology, some sort of extraterrestrial, that's transformational for so many people's like consciousness. Like they're just gonna suddenly realize, wow, I'm not the only sheriff in town here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so this is a really big topic. I didn't really address this in that. So in that first video, I tried to stick to just like sort of a baseline retelling of the last 80 years of history. Things that things that have happened that were real things that happened, you know, and not get into what they might actually mean. But in future alien rumor rundown episodes, I'll probably get into a little bit more of the fine grain, like speculation kind of stuff. But one of the really interesting things to me is sort of like why why is it that this has been hidden from us, right? Like if there is, it seems that there's, like you said, the threshold of credible evidence. There's this threshold of credible evidence that's kind of been crossed. It seems like there's only a couple possibilities here. We've got a bunch of whistleblowers now. We've got U.S. senators, one of whom is a part of the Gang of Eight. You guys know what the Gang of Eight is, right? This is you know, sort of like majority party and minority party leadership in the intelligence committees in the House and in the Senate, and then leaders of the overall House and Senate. They're part of this thing called the Gang of Eight, right? And they basically get briefed on the super high level, super secure information that the military and the intelligence community doesn't even want, you know, your average congressperson to hear. So they have like a super high level of access to all the intelligence stuff. So Marco Rubio is a part of the Gang of Eight, right? Basically like the eight people in Congress who get to hear about all the crazy stuff. And he's saying he's one of the people saying, we're hearing some crazy stuff from whistleblowers. There's a video of him describing it. And he's saying, we're dealing with stuff here that none of us have ever dealt with. This is a whole different realm of things. And it seems like we have crossed this threshold. There's only a couple possibilities. Either something's going on, or a bunch of high-level people with pretty high-level clearances, you know, TSSCI clearances, and they're allowed into some of these crazy special access programs. They've been read into these crazy special access programs. Either a bunch of people like that are lying to members of the Gang of Eight in a credible way, or there's like something going on, or those people are mistaken. They're factual. They're reporting things they believe are true, but they're mistaken, or they're lying, or there's actually something going on. I think it's most likely out of those three that there's something going on.
It's interesting.
But I mean, okay, so if there is something going on, whatever it is, why has it been hidden from us? And here's where I think the story might get a little dark. I think, like, all the people who seem closest to this, the people who are part of ATIP, like Lou Elizondo, the Chris Mellons of the world, the people who in the defense contracting community who are closest to this, like Bob Bigelow, who owned Skinwalker Ranch before the current owner, Jared Fogle, took it over. All these people that are closest to this, they seem to all, the way they act seems to be very consistent with what Lou Elizondo said about disclosure, that when we finally figure out, or when we finally hear what this is all about, the reaction of humanity is going to be very somber. Right? He's been questioned, what do you mean by somber? And he gets very, very serious, almost kind of sad. And he implies that it's going to make humanity question our role in the universe. And he talks about things like humanity kind of perceiving itself right now as being the apex predator on Earth, and how possibly whatever we're going to learn is going to make us question that, make us think that maybe we're in the middle of the food chain as opposed to being on top of the food chain, and that maybe our very genesis, like where humanity came from, is not what we think it is. I mean, this would be a good reason for them to have hidden this all this years. If it's something that would wreck a lot of religious beliefs and suddenly make humans understand that we're in the middle of the food chain. If you're in the US government in 1947 or before, whenever you think we learned about this, I mean, aren't these the kind of reasons, if you're a guy, a person in 1947, aren't these the kind of things that would make you keep a huge secret like this?
I don't know, man. It's like, whose secret is it to keep? And that's where I would, I guess, say, well, you know, it's probably, if you are wanting your privacy from your neighbors, you would probably, hope that people don't leak images of you not wearing any, this is going to sound crazy, not wearing any clothes in your house to your neighbors or something of that nature. So I wonder if it came from the aliens or if it came, you know what I mean? Like, just to throw another like direction there. But I think your whole explanation is worth way more salt than that. Just to throw another angle on it, it's like, well, whose secret really is it to keep, and why are humans keeping it from other humans? And yeah, your explanation makes sense. But
I would prefer. Here's what I would prefer. I would prefer it would be that we just wanted this edge. Like, let's say let's assume for a moment, let's imagine that it's all true. There are craft, we'll just call them non-human, right? To take in whatever theory you ascribe to, whether they're interdimensional beings, like they're going back and forth, they're actually geolocated. Their planet is geolocated in the same place as ours, just a different dimension, even though, that's a kind of an ambiguous term because a lot of the alien guys are saying that what we think of as dimensions isn't quite right. We actually don't understand the fabric of reality, and you can use this term dimension to describe it. But basically, there's this theory that they're actually from a planet that is geolocated in the same place as ours, but it's like we just can't even see it. But anyways, we can get into that in a second. But let's imagine that it's all real. There are these non-human craft and this non-human intelligence behind the craft. If all of that is real, and these governments, the US government, the Russian government, previously the Soviet government, and the Chinese government are in this sort of ongoing Cold War to recover these craft and reverse engineer the technology, I would vastly prefer that the reason for all the secrecy is just the US trying to stay ahead of its peers and our peers trying to stay ahead of the US and each other. I would vastly prefer that that's what's going on. But I'm a little bit afraid that it's not quite that simple. I'm afraid that it implies like what the US already knows implies some more meaningful things for humanity and its identity.
Again, I just feel like the aliens, if there are aliens, like we'll just assume that it's like if the US knows more than what they're saying to that degree, and maybe they've made contact, then why do we just assume that the like humans are keeping this information from other humans? Like, I feel like there could also be an element to where, like, would the aliens just like expose themselves or even expose information and like not say like to like, oh, you can tell the rest of your population if you want, or you don't have to. I feel like there could be a little bit of strategy that like humans would have to listen to a species that was a bit more, I don't know, just like advanced. So could be either way. Like, do you think contact's been made?
Do I think contact's been made?
Yeah, between a species like aliens and humans, or do you think it's just no contact has been made? They're just like, we haven't even.
I'll give you both. I'll give you both ends of the spectrum on that. I'll give you like the two extreme ends of the spectrum as far as like conspiracy theories about this. I'm not saying that I believe in either one, but I'll just give you a couple of interesting theories that are out there about this. So we'll do the less dark one first, but maybe it's the one that's sadder. It might even be sadder. So there's one theory that we're like the indigenous people on North Sentinel Island. Do you know about North Sentinel Island?
Yeah, you always tell me this story, man. I know that. I know this. I know where you're going with
Okay,
this.
yeah. So for anybody, most of you probably know, but for anybody who doesn't know, I'll just give you the Cliffs Notes. There's this island. A lot of you have probably heard about this through like the Rogan podcast. I'm sure a bunch of other podcasts talk about it. There's this island, and it's kind of like, partway between Burma and India. And there are these people, the North Sentinelese on this island. And, like 100 years ago or something, some dude showed up, a dude from Europe, I believe he's, I I won't get into his nationality, but a European guy, modern guy shows up. And these people are basically like an uncontacted tribe, similar to the uncontacted tribes we know of in the Amazon. And he shows up, and he's like studying them in air quotes, but he starts doing, possibly the story is maybe he's doing bad things to the children of the tribe. It's all kinds of darkness as far as that goes. And so I forget what happens. Like they kill him or he leaves or something. And they basically decide, okay, these outsiders are no good. That doctor guy showed up and he was doing some pretty bad things. So we'll just kill everybody that shows up. If any more of these other people from outside the island show up, we'll just kill them. So they've basically been doing that for 100 years or whatever it is. And, occasionally like fishermen will be fishing outside the island and they'll kind of wash up on the shore and the local North Sentinelese will try to kill them, all those kind of things. So there's one theory that we're like the North Sentinelese. It's like, maybe there is this much wider world out there. Cause I'm sure the North Sentinelese don't realize there are these gigantic metropolitan areas in India and in Burma and Thailand's not far, but they don't leave the island. They just hang out on the island and they've got like their Stone Age tools and they don't understand. I mean, I'm sure they occasionally, might see like planes flying overhead. They might see these ships out in the ocean that come too close to them. But the whole island is kind of like cordoned off. Like nobody's allowed to go there. Occasionally, like I think recently in the last couple of years, an American missionary showed up and they pin-cushioned him with their arrows immediately. He got killed pretty quick. So they know that there are these foreigners that show up occasionally, but like they have no way of knowing like what those 747s flying overhead are. They don't really understand these gigantic modern boats. So there's one theory that we're just like the North Sentinelese, and there's this much wider world out there. We just don't know about it because we're like the North Sentinelese. We don't have any technology that would enable us to learn about the cities in the rest of the world and all of the technology.
So that theory, let me just give this little thing here because it seems like that theory is on the closer to the spectrum of, okay, maybe there's not been like established contact that we've been able to go back and forth. It's more of just, we're just, so we just are so ignorant that we're speculating we have maybe some people in the military that know more than others.
Yeah, and this
is one of the sides of the spectrum that you're talking about.
Yeah, this is one side of the spectrum, and it explains the question people always ask, like, if there are aliens, bro, how come they don't just land on the White House lawn? Like, until they land on the White House lawn and they have a meeting with, Biden, I'm not going to believe in the aliens, bro.
You got to touch it, though, because I think 5G, right? It's like you can actually do it's really cool, man. If you've seen this, I've seen a couple of sports stadiums start to do this. They have their mascot as like a hologram. So I feel like you have to, if you see a spaceship, but be careful. Maybe you
could be a hologram.
Yeah, make sure it's physical. It's not some sort of like hologram.
Yeah,
which is interesting by itself. Like
this theory explains why we wouldn't even have seen that necessarily, because like the U.S. government has no desire to go to the North Sentinel Island and present itself to the indigenous people there. We don't care. Like, we don't care at all. Like, you can actually go to there's a neighboring island. It's really famous as a scuba diving destination. And with a pair of binoculars, you can actually see, there's like modern tourism happening there. And you can actually see North Sentinel Island from a part of that island on a clear day, apparently, with a pair of like binoculars. You can see the island, but yet the U.S. government, the government of the neighboring nations, on the other side of the ocean from this island, they have no desire to go there. They already know what it is, and they know they're like a Stone Age people. They have no desire to go there, right? They just leave them alone. This explains why we don't see aliens landing on the White House lawn, because maybe they see us as so primitive. It's like the U.S. government and the North Sentinelese, or any of the EU, whatever government you want to choose. Nobody wants to go there. They don't care. They're too primitive, so we just leave them alone. That's like one end of the spectrum.
Dude, imagine what the North Sentinelese would think of a hologram. Dude, they would freak out.
They wouldn't even know what it is, because they don't even know what they don't know what a computer is, you know.
Well, they might speculate it's some sort of like god, or something, like something, I don't know. You know, it's like, do humans naturally? But yeah, I mean, a hologram to a portion of humanity that's been isolated from society today would be insane. Like a dragon hologram just like flying around. It's like that could really become like their entire belief system from there.
Oh yeah, something like the cargo cults of the South Pacific. You could run into something like that for sure. Yeah, I mean, and then of course that's part of the ethical argument for us not doing anything with with the North, these uncontacted tribes. Like part of the reason we live the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon are left alone is because you don't want to do anything that's gonna turn them into a cargo cult, or even if it's not in that direction, you don't necessarily want to introduce like modern goods and technology and modern money, because it changes their society, all those kind of things. But that's just one side of the spectrum. The other side of the spectrum is that we have had formal contact, right? There's this whole conspiracy theory that President Eisenhower was on a golf vacation in Palm Springs during his presidency, and there's this mysterious night where he suddenly left his golf vacation. And if you go to his presidential library and do the research, his administration explained it as him breaking a tooth at dinner and having to go to a dentist. But there's this conspiracy theory that he had to fly to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base because the aliens showed up. And then he met with the aliens, and I'm not ascribing to this theory. I'm not saying this is factual. I'm just telling you guys about a conspiracy theory here, that he showed up and the aliens were like, hey, bro, we're like, 100,000 years ahead of you guys, or 1,000,000 years ahead of you guys, whatever it is. We can easily wipe you guys off the face of this planet. That's inconvenient for us. What we'd rather do is study you guys. So we're just going to continue. We need to study all the mammals, including the humans on this planet. So we're going to continue doing that. And he struck this deal with them, like they could continue studying all of the mammals, including the humans, as long as they didn't actually kill any of the humans. They had to return all the humans without killing them. So that's one conspiracy theory that obviously, is an attempt to explain all the abduction stuff. But that's the other darker side of the spectrum, like of has there been contact? Like I would say one end of the spectrum is, if we believe there is contact. One end of the spectrum is there hasn't been contact because we're the North Sentinelese. They think we're too primitive to even be worthy of contact. The other end of the spectrum is maybe there was a deal. Maybe there was a deal back during the Eisenhower administration, and that's what all the abduction stuff is. So that's super crazy town territory, though. If you talked about this in polite company, you're going to be branded a lunatic and not be invited back to that party, right?
Yeah, I've heard some people talking about aliens that I never would have expected it from in the last couple of weeks too. I think the Joe Rogan podcast and I think Barstool Sports, I've seen their thumbnails. They're starting to, well, actually, to be fair, it sounded like they've been kind of talking about it for so long that they're just kind of like putting it in every now and then, maybe to get the crowd that believes in aliens to like watch their stuff. But it sort of is interesting though, because I've been just like on the ground level of just communications where I am and stuff. It's like it is interesting. There's a lot of conversation about it now more than ever. I feel like in a month, if it's just not even talked about anymore, I wouldn't be surprised. But it is interesting. It's inspiring to think that there's way more. It's inspiring to think of how humbling this could be to me.
Yeah, I mean, if any of these things are true, if there are craft that weren't built by humans, and it's even weird. Like again, I said that earlier. I said there was a nomenclature problem because it's A lot of people believe that the aliens are future humans or past humans that have just been living a separate existence on Earth and they've stayed hidden from us. So they could even be humans, but whatever this non-current human technology is, if any of it's true, if such a species exists at all, like it's so transformational, it's crazy. So Denny Kane had a comment here that's kind of on point there. He says, whoever figures out this alien reverse engineering technology will be the next world military superpower. Maybe that's what the US has been for the last 80 years. Because if you think about the technological arc of the US from,
Crazy. TCP protocol was like really interesting that the US was so involved in that, in my opinion. But yeah, keep going. And
I was going to say, I think a lot of the technological jumps are really interesting. Even if we go back to, let's say we go back even before the days of human, like sustained flight with the Wright brothers. If we go back and we just say like automobiles, how far back do automobiles go? And it certainly goes back before Henry Ford, and the Model T assembly line thing. You can go back to, Daimler doing experiments that produced, prototypes of, things we can call automobiles, I think in like the 1880s, and there were earlier attempts. But if we go from the 1880s, when we get the first car, and then we have the Wright brothers, a couple decades later, who, pull off a little bit of sustained flight at Kitty Hawk. These are, this is a far, far cry from, flying around the world and using nuclear weapons that we get in the 1940s. This is a period really from 1900 to the 1940s. This is a period of 4 decades. And if you look at that technological arc between those two, not really even having automobiles, not really having sustained flight, to flying gigantic bombers halfway around the world and using nuclear weapons. And then a couple decades after that, we're landing on the moon. How did we go from 1900 to the 1940s to landing on the moon a couple decades later? You look at that technological arc and compare it to the technological arc from the 60s to now. Sure, we got the internet in that time, but cars are basically the same, right? Airplanes, basically the same now as they were in the 1970s. There's another conspiracy theory here that the reason we got from 1900 to the 1940s was maybe the result of us reverse engineering alien technology. And then the flip side of that is the reason we haven't seen much advancement in technology, arguably since the 1960s when we first land on the moon, is that it's all been hidden because it all had to do with space. It was all reverse engineering of spacecraft, and it's all been directed at stuff having to do with space travel that had to be hidden from us. So the real technological advancement isn't just the internet, it's stuff that we don't even know about because it's been hidden from us.
Well, I think too, it would just look incredibly strange if all of a sudden we just really upped the technology even more. Things like free energy were mentioned in the chat. that would be a way to, there might not even need to be these wars over energy, I'm assuming is where they're coming from. But it's kind of like, at some point you got to start the disclosure process, because if you're going to go from, what we have now to some quantum leap in technology, maybe the reason why, I would argue that technology continues to progress at an incredibly fast rate, but it could, that disclosure process could maybe create an opening for larger leaps. I think it's inspiring that we're even talking about it, because if there are beings that are more advanced than us, then that's really interesting, because we can actually start to learn from what they've developed that's more advanced than us. And just imagine how many thousands of years we could save humanity from having to develop and research things if we can just take what they've developed and not have to spend those years. Our species could actually be way less evolved, from a animal standpoint versus our technology. And maybe that's the case now if the theory that you just mentioned is correct.
Yeah, it's possible. By the way, morning Patrick is coming to us from Chongqing in China. Yeah, I mean, this kind of takes us back to one of the Bob Lazar related topics. So Phil's Hut says there is no reason for a military superpower if we
I'm
get
just gonna turn my camera off AOS. I'm just gonna be moving to charge.
No problem. No problem.
But I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most interesting things about the Bob Lazar story was that he said the craft he was sort of charged with studying were powered by this element 115, and Rogan can't stop talking about how element 115 was only sort of a theoretical element that we hadn't been able to produce when Bob Lazar was talking about it. But the whole thing, Bob Lazar says, we basically bombard this element 115 and it powers the craft, and it also gives off its own gravitational field. So yeah, I mean, yeah, things change. If we can produce vast amounts of energy very cheaply, obviously things change, because right now we do a lot of things with with petroleum and natural gas, and we're making nuclear reactors. We go to a lot of trouble to produce energy now, both for transportation and also just for general domestic use of energy. So yeah, things change a lot.
I've heard. You know what's funny about that one? It's
what's
like
that?
I even think on the micro, if we had free energy, I've heard so many people just get really just passionate debating and arguing over the right way to move forward with energy, right? You've seen it even on a social or political, or just you're maybe one side of the party because of that particular domain of issues. And you see people that literally just argue, and I mean, free energy that's like a huge narrative that separates people too in certain ways. So yeah, it's so impactful. I think I've not only heard it from like this standpoint, I've actually heard Elon talk about what it would take to get to free energy, and I think there was maybe it was RFK. He's talked about getting to free energy, I think, if I'm not mistaken, might have been his podcast with, who was it? I think it was Jordan Peterson, maybe it was that one.
I wonder if it's even a misnomer to talk about talk about free energy, right? Because it's like,
it sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds cool. Maybe what we really mean is just like very, very cheap energy, because obviously it's not cheap to extract oil in the Persian Gulf and ship it like halfway around the world. Like that's definitely not a cheap, efficient way to produce energy. And then we like distill that, we transform that into gasoline or petrol, and then we blow it up inside a metal chamber, and that pushes a piston, and that's how we make the wheels move on our cars. Like that's like the most inefficient sounding thing ever. If you were an alien, I know it's not a good example, but because of what we're talking about, but if you were an alien that came down to Earth and you were like, yeah, so prehistoric plants decomposed and they kind of turned into this oil stuff, and then we refine that into petrol, and then we put it in this like metal chamber and we ignite it, and the explosion causes a piston to go up and down, and then we connect that to our wheels, and that's what makes our wheels turn. That's like the least efficient energy system ever. The weird part is we already have very, very cheap energy. It's nuclear energy.
Yeah.
But we're so afraid of it because of some nuclear failures. Chernobyl, of course, Chernobyl in Ukraine, and Fukushima and 9 Mile Island. Like we have had these terrible failures, but probably we've gotten to the point where we should just be using nuclear energy for a lot of our energy. It's really hard. I have yet to hear a persuasive argument that we shouldn't be using a ton of nuclear energy right now, because it's so cheap, right? Finland just barely brought a new reactor online, and it made the price of energy negative.
Yeah,
in Finland for a second. You see this because it's like there's a cost for not like if all the energy is produced and people aren't using it, there's a cost for that for that energy being there in the grid, and so the price of energy actually went negative.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think it's interesting. Like energy in general is not something that I spend a lot of time researching these days, but I mean, there's just because like I don't know. I think blockchain for me, though there's a lot of cool things happening in energy, right? And I like totally agree with the nuclear statement. It's sort of like blockchain to me is one of these technologies that creates a framework to protect history, you know? And I feel like there can be so much confusion because his story, right? History is written by the victor. uh, it's like I'd love to just have a bit more documentation around all these different events on an immutable ledger and I don't know. I feel like that's one piece that we don't talk about enough sometimes. It's like when can we get to a place when blockchain can just start protecting history at a high degree? So
But
over generations.
sorry, not to interrupt. Your camera's still off, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. Are you going camera or are you staying?
Oh no. I'm staying off. I just took the Pride Fest video off because it looks like they may have gone offline. Maybe.
Oh, we closed it. We closed the party.
Yeah, I think maybe it's offline. It says I'm in a queue now. It kind of booted me and then it put me in a queue. So anyway, I'll bring it back up if they let me back in. But maybe it was just 1 hour. I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Well, we've been going for a couple. So definitely a 2-hour event at least. But it doesn't seem like a time for it to close. It's 10:09. So that's a weird time for it to like boot you out.
True.
It's an interesting time.
Yeah. So you were saying though?
Yeah, I think that the blockchain, one of the interesting, I think the blockchain is actually so important, man, and people still haven't realized it for the purpose. And you know who I've heard talk about this aspect recently was the Gary Vaynerchuk around AI proving the use case or the value or the need for blockchain because of all of the potential for disinformation and intellectual property rights, and those things kind of can fit together in a huge way. I also think just like history protection, like history insurance, it's like an interesting thing. And if you can get something, I don't know, it's like history. How do you most accurately, do you think, AOS protect history? What do you
No, I
think?
think you're right. I think that's a really interesting way to put it. And I think you're right. The great utility of a blockchain is to protect history. That's what we're basically doing. Like if you think about like the goal is to have this, this distributed network that solves the Byzantine generals problem. And the way you do that is by protecting history. Just like the Byzantine general wants his actual orders about when they're going to storm the fortress, he doesn't want that to be corrupted along the way if one of the parties in the node is actually working for the opposite army. That's the Byzantine general's problem. Even the Byzantine general's problem, as it's expressed, is the general's desire to protect history, to protect the history of his original message and not have it corrupted. But I think you're right. That is the purpose of a blockchain.
Yeah. So when we have infrastructure that lets us, I guess, record history and verify that history, and I know veracity bonds are interesting in this direction because it's easy to say, okay, we're good, we're golden. This is why we have this, but it's hard to say that we have well documented history yet that we can like kind of trust moving forward. So I think that sector is so valuable, and it may not be the most I don't know, like the sexiest sector, but I think it's actually one of the most important for infrastructure to develop in that area still, and ideas to flourish in how we can do that in research to be done.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting. I mean, it's almost like I feel like we've got a couple really good use cases of blockchain so far. And the biggest one is money. And then to the extent that you think that, a predictable store of value of money is another use case, we've got that. But it's basically, to me, they're both the same sort of like money use case. We've got this money kind of, storage of value kind of use case for blockchains, but maybe there's a lot of other things. Maybe you're right. Maybe the true value of blockchains ends up being more accurately described as a reliable storage of history. And maybe that becomes important. I think earlier we discussed a little bit the difference that AI might make, because it'd be so much easier to manufacture, videos of UAPs and, pretty much, facsimiles of whatever you want. It's so much more accessible to create realistic versions of whatever. Maybe blockchains become more important because we have an accurate and reliable, storage of history. I mean, right now, prior to this whole AI revolution, and really like, very, very advanced computer graphics, we could say that if you saw a video of something, if you saw a film of something, it probably happened, right? It was either like actors acting out something fictional or something that actually happened. And now it's like if you see a video of a UFO coming down and taking your neighbor, it is probably more likely to be AI or CG than it is to be anything that's actually a part of, base reality history, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting where storage goes. I think about storage more now than I have in the past, and I don't know. It's fascinating to me to know how much data is even just being uploaded to YouTube. Like I forget if it's like 2 billion or 2 million hours of content uploaded every single day to YouTube. Or no, it's definitely like billions of hours, like something absurd. But there's this aspect to that makes me think, well, at some point we just can't continually storing this data. And then you also see this vertical with every, like, computers get smaller every 5 years or whatever they say. So we can store more data than ever before. But yeah, I think how you do it in a way that's perpetual and you make it like this virtual, almost library of data for the rest of eternity, that's like a huge accomplishment. And if it has blockchain integration and some sort of veracity, I don't know, like this sort of waiting thing, because what we might find true in 100 years from now, when we look back, may be different based on evidence that comes out, right? So veracity bonds give you a way to, I guess, perpetually vote on the truth of something, which is interesting. And all these things kind of give way to a huge use case for blockchain that has caused a lot of problems, man. Like having wrong information or information missing. And
you know what's really interesting? Sorry, not to interrupt, but you know what's really interesting about what you just said? Before I lose the point, I just want to get this in. It's like really early on in the history of blockchains, we had these protocols like Augur and some of these other types of prediction markets. I hope I'm remembering the name of the project correctly, but there were a couple. We had these prediction markets. So the veracity of events, it was almost like blockchain suddenly opened that up to use cases like veracity of events in the past and even in the future with things like prediction markets. I was always kind of shocked when the whole prediction market use case, I mean, it still exists, but it didn't become as big as a lot of people thought it was. But you're right. I mean, like really what we're talking about with blockchains is, largely it's veracity use cases. Like what is actually true?
Yeah, I remember Polygon had Polymarket for that. Polymarket, you could bet on like I think it was funny because there was a moment where I think it was like TikTokers were boxing, and on Polymarket you could actually bet if you believe the YouTubers would beat the TikTokers, or if the TikTokers would beat the YouTubers. And I thought that was a fascinating thing. And, I think it was the whole Bryce Hall, maybe is his name. And there was YouTubers like KSI's brother. And I think they were boxing. Like there was like 5 or 6 YouTubers that were picked to box 5 or 6 TikTokers. And the YouTubers wiped the floor with the TikTok. There was only one TikToker that won. So
why it's so weird, but that doesn't surprise me at all. And I don't really know why that doesn't surprise me.
Because we're not on TikTok. We have a bias. We just, but it's facts. I mean, you could look that up. And anyways, Polymarkets let you buy with US dollars. I remember too. You could buy and I don't recommend this, just so we're clear. This is not any type of advice. This is just reminiscing on past things that I've seen. It's like you could buy it reminded me of probably what gambling is like for sports. You buy in at a certain moment in time, and let's say that 60% of people think this TikToker will win over the YouTuber. If you buy the YouTuber's 40% odds, you get it at a discount versus what people would buy the you know what I mean?
Yeah, like Vegas odds, right. If if Conor McGregor is -400 in the fight, and then a huge amount of money comes in on Conor McGregor, the bookies change the odds, and all of a sudden Conor McGregor, is -600 as opposed to being -400 or whatever. Yeah, the odds change. They basically have to change the odds based on how much money is coming in betting on each of the, competitors.
Right. Yeah. So it's only based on, I guess, the retail's buying power. So there isn't any strategery like I think how Vegas does for sports teams. But yeah, 100%. It sort of is interesting. And then gosh, it's like that use case is so close to gambling. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean it is basically gambling, right? I mean it's sort of like the use of a platform like that, a protocol like that.
Create a free market on top of journalism is what I think Charles is trying to do, which also incentivizes people to make a bet on the truth. It does work.
It's weird because the use of the platform by the users could be purely their own gambling. But you could also be a user who's just trying to determine the veracity of something, like you said, like journalism. And in that case, you're using the platform because you're getting the result of it. You're sort of consuming the output of that platform, which is, how much money was placed on each thing that determines the veracity. Those kind of platforms are always weird though, because while it's useful for the person consuming the output, which, is this article true or not? Let's say that's the thing, the bet. It's like if you're just consuming which one has more money on it, that's useful to you. You're getting something good out of it. But for the people who actually made the bets, all of a sudden you have to have some kind of oracle that determines the truth, because you've got to settle those bets. They won't make the bets unless they're actually settled. So you've got to have some kind of oracle. So it's like at the end of it, I think the big problem with a lot of prediction markets is at the end of it, if it's like a veracity issue and it's not a sporting event, then at the end of it, you've actually got have to have some kind of final decision maker or oracle or something that says which side was correct, right?
So that's why I was thinking about this, because if you want to build good infrastructure for, let's say, proper history protection, then we might need to also consider that what we consider true in 100 years from now could be completely different than what we consider true today. I mean, think about times when sports teams were found to have cheat. It's like, well, did they win? No, they lost, but did people throw the game? Well, wait a second, we found that out, but then there's all these people that like lost their maybe money on gambling on that one particular game. And, you know, I think history in a weird way maybe should have room to change, but at the same token, you don't want to change it past a point of no return. Like, you can't change it just because you want to change it, but if there's evidence that's pointed out, maybe it should have room to change. So an ongoing spectrum of truth for articles was interesting when Charles mentioned that, because that means that it doesn't really end.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? Because if you took a if you did the same kind of sort of prediction market for truth, you know, in 1985, like are naval aviators seeing anomalous aircraft? For sure, people would be like, no. Like you probably get more money on the no. But in 2023, we know for sure they believe they're seeing anomalous aircraft. So the truth,
you would bet that
truth has changed. Yeah, the truth according to that protocol. If we had such a protocol, the truth would have changed for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what I get caught up with is, okay, how does this benefit? Because the way I see it is, let's say that we take this to what we do, AOS, is, I guess, content creators. It's like, okay, well, you might have a benefit to the people watching that person's content because they would be able to see maybe how much. In Charles' example, by the way, I should mention this: the YouTuber or the writer of a blog would put up money based on how accurate they believe their information to be. So in that world, now you have the ability to up your content's views by putting a lot of money behind it that you could lose.
So this is more interesting because then you just have people betting against them, like debunkers basically bet against them. And if they can, you still got to have a final judge though, who determines if the debunkers are right or if the author is right. You still got to have some kind of oracle, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I haven't worked that out yet, but let me go to this other part of the market that is a participant too, because you're right about the debunkers. That's a really cool thought. I think the thing that I jumped to though is, and why we should continue to discuss and think about it, is because we need to. It's a ongoing, it's an ongoing thing that needs to be kind of solved. But what's also possible there is you no longer have to compete against an algorithm if the system lets journalists who put a lot of money behind what they say, like kind of back it. You no longer have to really compete against an algorithm. You have to just really, you know, do your research to the best of your ability. I guess the other participants in the market of that would be the audience, and then, like you said, like some truth, some objective way to measure that accuracy of that information, right? And then I think there would be speculators on the truth too. So I feel like there could be this open market where people could almost like speculate on the truth. And that goes into what poly markets did, I guess. Maybe that doesn't have to be part of the system, but it would be interesting. And if you lose your money, how do you lose your money in that situation? So if you lose your money, it's because your article was proven to be some sort of misinformation with ill intent, maybe. You know?
I guess the way to do it. So I think I know the way to do it, right? It's like circular logic to say the purpose of the protocol is to determine the veracity, but then at the end of it, you have to have a third party acting as oracle to determine veracity, anyways. So
yeah,
to fix that problem, you could just say, "Hey, everybody can bet. Is this true or not?" And then the bet will be decided by how much money comes in, you know, like a year from now.
Interesting, because that gives a lot of time for people to measure the facts, you know. I
Yeah,
the only vulnerability I see though is with that you're basically able to buy the truth.
Yeah, no, I mean that's problematic. Anytime we're talking about these like prediction market type things, it's like if somebody comes in with enough money that wants to skew the result, they can. It's problematic, but it's like it works as long as there's like some kind of like endpoint where the truth will be decided. You know what I mean? But to even determine to translate what that truth is, you have to have an oracle, or you have to rely on some other sort of voting with your wallets kind of thing, like I just described. So,
I mean, content creators already are at such risk, in my opinion, because if you're making content and you're, giving out, let's say, some like there are YouTubers in crypto who literally say that they're financial advisors. That's why like a lot of us say that we're not.
yeah.
It's because there's actually, and that's a real thing. Like there's actual YouTubers that say that they're, this is financial advice. Doesn't mean that they're qualified to. It just means that's like kind of what they're going towards. And I think in that domain, they're at a lot of risk right now because there's a lot of litigation to happen in crypto, and there's a lot of things that can be looked back at that look so. I mean, you do this so well on your channel, man. You kind of look back at things, or like remember what people say sometimes, and like, yeah, a lot of content creators are probably learning, and some of the best production value content creators are just starting to learn about crypto. And in bull markets, they're able to, gain these huge audiences, and they probably think it's great. But sometimes I think like, man, those guys probably get the worst end of the stick, because it's sort of maybe fun at first to, make a lot of money from sponsors and have great production value. But if they really don't know the subject well, or like the nuances behind like how rocky litigation could be, I think that there could be some huge lawsuits down the pipeline too.
For sure. No, I agree with that, dude. Hey, opine on this. I've got to step away for just like 1 second, but opine on this while I'm gone. And so he's asking, will the world's richest person? He's not asking the richest person in crypto. He's saying the richest person in the world. Would it be within the next 10 years? Would it be someone from the crypto space? So talk about this for just like 1 second while I step away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, talking about prediction markets. I think that this, could be a great question for a prediction market. Jolly07. This is actually funny because this actually could be the type of question that would serve well on what, like concepts like, and I don't know if they're still around, but there was this concept that came about called poly markets, and you could kind of make a question like this, and it's either true or it's not. I think if I was to speculate, let's see, will the world's richest person emerge from the crypto space? I don't know. I feel like there could be potential for somebody that's already rich, or somebody that already has a company, to just get involved in crypto, a little bit, and kind of like I could see maybe Elon or somebody getting involved in crypto and upping what he already has in ways. If that makes sense. That might be something to just ponder real quick. Yeah. I feel like there will be some hugely successfully rich people in the space that just kind of made their name, maybe mostly from this space, like a Charles. Yeah, it's interesting though.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Give me the what was your answer? Like, okay, to the first part of it, will the richest person in the next 10 years be from crypto or be outside crypto?
Yeah, I'll just give you 3 sentences explaining. So the first sentence was, this is a great question for a prediction market like poly markets or any type of thing that still exists, because I don't know if they're still around. The second sentence was, I feel like it's more likely somebody that already has some kind of wealth, like an Elon that utilizes crypto in ways, once it matures, could gain more wealth and maintain like the richest status. And then the third part was that there will 100% be people that did make their name in crypto, like a Charles, who just like maybe do become incredibly wealthy. Maybe not the richest person though, because I feel like the advantage that people that already have like billions, like many billions of dollars to take advantage of this stuff once it matures is actually higher than people who start protocols, because there's only so much optically you can really take from an ecosystem that you start in crypto. I think with decentralization being like at the forefront, before I feel like you have to almost, you know, reinvest that into what you're building. I don't know. It's interesting. What do you think?
Man, I definitely wish it could be somebody from I definitely wish it could be somebody from crypto. But what I'm a little bit afraid of,
it depends what money becomes. That's another nuance you just made me think of. It depends what money becomes, right?
Certainly true. Yeah, certainly true. I'm definitely like I definitely hope it's someone from crypto. But what I'm afraid of is that the like head start somebody like an Elon has on all the transportation stuff and maybe even the real world AI stuff, I kind of wonder if his head start on some of that stuff is so big that he'll still be the richest person in 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like thinking that in Elon or maybe like, because one of the things that I could see happening too is like, you know, I was just studying this sort of other protocol, and they were making it so that way in their kind of wallet, there was like this digital identity stuff, and it was baked into the wallet from the top down that they'll then open source once they launch on mainnet. And it has this thing called personas. And I thought it was an interesting way to do it, because what personas can have is you can basically have different accounts in said wallet. You can basically do your shipping address in a way that doesn't take your shipping address. Sorry if you hear my dog. your shipping address and store it on the maybe website that you're dealing with. So imagine connecting a wallet to a website and buying something with crypto. It's like it gets shipped now to your house. It's like, well, you know who has a lot of infrastructure for shipping warehouses? Amazon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I was like, I'm idealistic by nature. I think that's another reason why I like things like Voltaire. It's like I actually am just like an idealistic person by nature. I'm definitely self-aware of that. I hope we see some sort of decentralized Amazon FBA program that has nothing to do with Amazon, where we just have this like decentralized network of warehouses up to compliance, and it's governed in a way that's decentralized. Because I feel like the biggest asset Amazon has to get into Web3 and maintain this sort of, you know, I guess it's a monopoly what they have currently, but it is kind of a monopoly. But I think the biggest asset they have to protect their market share is their infrastructure for this like fulfillment by Amazon, you know, network of Amazon warehouses they have in systems.
Yeah, super interesting idea. It's wild how one sort of concept can take over everything, right? It's like you saw that with Amazon. Like Amazon basically like figured out how to take over all of commerce, like just how to put like every brick and mortar store out of business. And then you see like an Elon who comes along, and it's like he's like figured out how to put, you know, like we see all of the other car manufacturers moving to his charging standard now. Like
exactly, dude.
CCS is dead. It's like they're all just having to move there, and it's like it sounds wild when you say it. Like maybe all commerce just goes to using the Amazon infrastructure, but it's like, when you ask the inverse question, like, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they all just use FBA?
Well, the reason why they wouldn't is because they could get undercut by like a better, more decentralized, almost like more open system that was well incentivized and funded. And the reason they could get,
hypothetically, such a thing could be built, but like right now it doesn't exist.
Hypothetically, sure, but I think what would push that is the same thing that we're seeing with hypothetically, I'll say, premise. It's like, hypothetically speaking, we could see them charge fees in so many spaces that people just are like, you know what, dude, we're just gonna like rumble this. Like what we're kind of seeing here with all these social media platforms that are like wicked small in market share versus YouTube.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It is kind of starting. I was surprised. I really was surprised, man. But there's a lot of people that are using different platforms now.
Cobra Tate, man, Russell Brand. They're even as much as their exposure was on YouTube, it made sense for them to be over on Rumble.
I mean, they kind of had. I mean, well, with Cobra Tate, I mean, he has to be like he just won't be able to post on YouTube.
He was never able to be on YouTube.
Yeah, so I mean, you have this person that wants to maybe make content, and maybe their content is just so unaligned with what one platform thinks is a good content. So I mean, I feel like it depends how Amazon does it and if they can scale, because scaling is difficult with real estate, and I feel like it becomes maybe less difficult if you have a network of warehouses that meet up to some kind of standards. But this is what Charles talks about all the time. He talks about institutions. Like, institutions aren't a bad thing. It's like one of the reasons why I think institutions are probably important for this example is you still need some sort of standards, and you need a trusted institution to have. We talk about this with, I think, that protocol on Cardano called a Doja with 3D printing. It's like, well, if you connect a bunch of 3D printers around the world and you create a 3D printing network for, let's say, physical versions of your NFT, it's like you still need to make sure that those 3D printers are up to standard. And how do you do that? Well, you probably need an institution that's at some stage in 3D printing maturity that isn't there yet, that will verify these 3D printers are up to standard and can like embed an NFC chip inside of this physical representation of an NFT. So I feel like it's
almost like a question of velocity, right? It's like, or acceleration. It's like you can imagine a way to decentralize almost everything, including even the standards you're describing. It's like maybe you could decentralize everything, but you can only decentralize things so fast. Like, you can devote your energy to decentralizing this, like you said, like you can decentralize the access to the plans for 3D printing something, but you need to make sure the 3D printers are all, up to snuff. So you might, the piece of that, the standardization piece of that might still be centralized, but eventually you could decentralize that too. I think that's kind of like how it's going to end up going for blockchain. I like
that.
Blockchain. It's like we can decentralize stuff so fast, but until we decentralize like each piece of the chain's a bad phrase to use, bad word to use, but
link in the chain of this like actual chain, though, not like a blockchain. I see what you're saying. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like each piece of you can only, like, if we think about it as like a supply chain or something like that, like each link in the chain, we can decentralize them one by one, but we might have to have this hybrid combination of decentralization and centralized institutions just to make it happen, because we can't wait to decentralize everything. We'll have to like compromise in the interim just so we can show how nice the decentralized pieces are.
Yeah, you know, and I think like it makes more sense to think about these things with Amazon's warehouses from the standpoint of, okay, what would compel people to move their stuff from an Amazon warehouse to another type of warehouse? It's like, well, Amazon's warehouses are like, you know, probably they have some systems that, you know, they have some tangible real estate, and that is difficult to acquire, but the systems can be maybe looked at and replicated. But I think the real incentive there is like, okay, how much does Amazon need to charge? Because if they're going to continue to scale, they're going to get fatter, which means they're more vulnerable, not less, than a private warehouse or a chain, or like a lot of private warehouses that each run on their own kind of business model. And I think separating from this like more, I guess like federal versus state is a good example of this. It's like this more federal style of warehouses run by Amazon, the federal government being Amazon in this case, versus like a state by state, you know, country of warehouses could be actually more stronger long term against like weird circumstances in the physical warehouse shipping blockchain markets.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's like there are good arguments for decentralization in almost all things, and I think eventually if we're right about that, if our little theory about that in crypto in general and the blockchain world is correct, then you know a lot of different things are going to get decentralized eventually. I agree. Jolie07 makes a good point. No one would have predicted Elon 10 years ago that he'd be the richest.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was a good point too. It made me kind of reconsider a bit, because what Elon did was exactly what we're talking about. He basically saw this ideal of having EVM cars. He basically saw that there was no way to just make the perfect EVM car that could drive cross country.
Or EV car, you mean, right?
EVM. Well,
yeah, Ethereum virtual. I'm definitely not buying the Ethereum virtual machine car, even if Elon tries to sell it to me.
Yeah, sorry, AOS. Robbery for his car. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
Throw it in there. The interesting thing, though, is he made this infrastructure where now you could drive cross country with a car that had optimized the user experience. And to top it all off, you know, he did that with these charging stations that were similar to what Amazon did with warehouses, you know?
Well, why do you think Elon gets so much hate?
Elon?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like
he gets a lot of love, but he also has a lot of haters. Why does he get so much hate? Elon
gets hate probably because he has views that contradict the people that hate him's views. That I don't know, because like I probably would be a fool to say I agree with every one of Elon's takes. Like I feel like there's probably some that I disagree with, but I still like him.
Yeah, you don't hate him though. You don't hate him, and there are people who like legit. Like I know people who hate Elon.
I don't know, man. Like I feel like it's a waste of energy to like hate Elon, because he's like
for sure.
He's like not in my life. Like I'm not seeing him every day. You know, it's like I don't know. I couldn't answer that, dude. I feel like why does Elon get hate? I don't know. It's not like he's done anything criminal. So
you know what I think it is? I think it's that he was as like the EV guy, he was kind of a sweetheart of the left. And then when it became apparent, some of his views vastly deviated from the orthodoxy of that part of the political spectrum. I feel like people felt like he was a turncoat. And so now they hate him.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, people kind of changed too a bit, and you know that could have. I don't know. It's tough to say, because that means that it's more of a political, like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna not like somebody because they disagree with me politically.
I think it's exactly that. That's exactly what I think it is.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of people like that probably in the world, but I don't see that as the end all and be all of why we should like hate each other.
I agree. It's really interesting because a lot of people go through the same kind of transformation. Like even one of the people who is pointed to the most often as being a part of the alt-right or intellectual dark web, however you want to pejoratively or non-pejoratively describe it, is Rogan. And if you go back and listen to Rogan's very early podcasts, you're going to find a person in a part of his life when he was, you probably would not describe him as being anywhere near that part of the political spectrum. So interesting because he kind of went through the same transformation.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rogan is like, he interviews everybody. I've seen interviews where he interviews like kids that do prank shows, so he's just all over. I think when politics get involved, then there's a large percentage of people that just like just really, I guess, side with maybe the political party, and it just kind of makes it maybe like there's probably a cognitive bias that gets put on people and I feel like news changed. When I was growing up, I used to watch mainstream media because like it was just what was on, right? But I've seen how it's changed, and like it's changed in so many ways. I feel like mainstream media could create like these little almost mass echo chambers in of themselves, and it maybe made some tribalism like we see sometimes in crypto echo chambers, and those like that trauma from that, like what was probably a narrative that became a belief, still exists. So yeah, there's probably a lot of hate in the world just from like, oh man, the other party is bad, and it's not all true. It's just a simulation in like people's brains, but it doesn't mean it's like somebody's bad. You might not know their political beliefs at all and still get along with them. But yeah, that definitely exists, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of it kind of reminds me of what Balaji, this narrative that Balaji seems to kind of support. And his narrative is sort of like that at some point in the last couple decades, the right and the left kind of divorced each other. He points out how, Republicans and Democrats used to get married in the US, and now they marry each other less and less often. And it's almost like they're becoming two different tribes who don't mix.
No, I've seen that. Like I know people that have gone through divorces with their significant other because of this. It's like politics got heated in 2016 though. I felt like that was a big like it was heated, but it wasn't like it wasn't like it is.
For sure. That was the one. I mean, that was the one because I think Obama kind of summed it up when he gave that sort of press dinner. The one where the president gets up and he like does a monologue. They always have like famous comedians write the monologue, and he basically gives like a Saturday Night Live style monologue to the press club, and it's like all very funny. It's like focused on humor. Like Obama, this was during the 2016 campaign season, and Obama was like, he was making fun of Hillary, because she's his party. But then he looked at there were Republicans at this dinner as well, and looked at the Republicans and he said, "Great job, guys. Looks like things are going wonderfully," because it was so absurd that Trump at the time that Trump was going to be the candidate. And everybody in the room laughed because it was like, oh, it's so crazy. Trump is their candidate. And then when he won, I think that was like the polarizing moment, because it was so unbelievable to people on the left that a Trump type character could beat Hillary. It was like so unbelievable. I feel like that's when everything broke down.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I felt like maybe it's because I was younger, and I didn't understand how, like, I guess how much the I guess traditional politicians and how polling and how just kind of how much a party supports a candidate mattered. And it actually did matter. Like it mattered for a long time. But then when I think all of the podcasting and you just had reach from different people and, you know, celebrities, like everything changed. Like, so there was like these populist movements are more possible to happen today than like ever before.
Because of the decentralization of podcasts and social media platforms. And because I mean, like it was so different when I was a kid, man. It's like you had network television and then some people had cable, but the real game was network television. Everybody watched the same 10 sitcoms, the same, you know, like 10, you know, like whatever cop shows.
Yeah.
And that was it. Everybody was watching the same things. They were hearing the same scripts. Everybody would watch Saturday Night Live on Saturday nights. You know, it was like everybody was watching the same thing. And it was like this unifying force. And as soon as social media and podcasting and all these things come along, all of a sudden that's over. That common fabric is gone. People can just start consuming whatever they want. And all of a sudden everybody realized, I actually don't have as much in common with everybody else as I thought I did. Maybe my interests and goals are vastly different.
Well, you know, and there's kind of another, I think I wasn't surprised in 2016 about the result because I grew up with social media a bit. I saw that people were getting influential that were like just average Joes, like Joe Rogan. And I think like it was less surprising to me again because I didn't realize how powerful the support of a party was. You know, I was pretty out of like I wasn't really into politics at the time, right? So I was like, well, you know, I guess if somebody really stunning ran for some party besides Democrat and Republican, maybe they could win. But it's like you know, that was what I was thinking. You know, that was just my level of understanding. But, you know, it is true that when a party supports you, I mean, they have these networks and it's less valuable now, like we're mentioning. But in 2016, I think it really dawned on people that the established ways that things were done were kind of unraveling a bit, maybe. So, and we've seen that more and more. It's interesting, this comment, though, by Life in China with Patrick about Elon. He's wealthy and speaks against the establishment. You know, he is wealthy and I guess he does speak against the establishment. So I think that's pretty accurate. But I think he's commenting about people hating Elon here. So what do you think? Yeah.
So yeah, no, I think it's really interesting to think about because it explains a couple different things. Like I think if you're the world's richest man, a lot of people are going to hate you just out of envy. And the second part is more interesting though. So if you're the richest man in the world, you arguably are more able to speak against the establishment. And I think it's even more true than we acknowledge. Because like, I know a lot of people who wouldn't dare even have the conversation we just had on social media because they know somebody in their office is going to alert their boss to it, and their boss might have a different perspective. Like literally people wouldn't dare talk about the stuff we're talking about for fear that somebody in their office who disagrees with them would broadcast it to everybody else in the office, bring it to the attention of everybody else. And then half the office might start disliking them just because they disagree with, you know, whatever part of that narrative, you know, that we just went through. It's really wild. I mean, it's kind of like you used to be able to have like hold whatever view and, you know, you could talk about it in person to your friends, you know, but at the office, you wouldn't talk about two things, basically religion and politics. And now, like, because so much of our conversations outside of the workplace are like, you know, like we were talking about recording, you know, keeping history on blockchains, like social media keeps so much of it on servers in a centralized manner that anybody can access. Like all of the conversation is shifted to social media, and because social media records everything forever, it's like people almost don't even dare have the conversations because the ramifications in the office are so severe. Whereas before, prior to social media, like people would go to bars, and they could have all these kind of conversations, and there wasn't really anything to fear, But now it's like you've got people who want the attention, good and bad, and so they're, extremely opinionated all over social media. And then you get a lot of people who don't even dare express an opinion because it might be broadcast to everybody and have, bad impacts on their career.
Yeah, there's kind of like a social pressure to it now. Yeah, I think, but that all comes from like, I feel like going back to what we said, like, man, I can't tell you, I have so many conversations with people, both like, I guess, in this world of crypto, but also outside, who like probably hold very different beliefs than me, but we just kind of still get along and still talk about things and like get through it. I it's not like that's hindered, those, and it's not like I'm friends with like a lot of people. I feel like I have a lot, like I have some quality relationships that I think I just try to like keep up, and I feel like I gravitate towards people like that are open-minded, because it's just like not the end all and be all, man. It's like, it's just not,
I mean, that's kind of the point that Balaji's making. Balaji's making the point that we shouldn't.
We're all learning.
Yeah, so these things shouldn't be these distinguishing factors on the political spectrum. This shouldn't be enough to keep people from getting married to each other, but it's become like super amplified and serious.
Yeah, so, and people have reasons to believe what they believe. Like, depending on who you are, where you come from, you might have had experiences with certain sides of different narratives or debates or issues, and you might have seen truth in what you believe through your experience that somebody else saw a different truth through their experience. So yeah, again, man, I just feel like everybody is dude, I feel like even just myself, like I'm always learning, I'm always changing so quickly, even like to the point where I feel it's tough to judge anyone for what they believe, because I know how fast beliefs can change. I mean, we just talked about aliens. Like,
yeah,
if aliens are real, like that's going to change a lot of beliefs. It's going to make us ask a lot of questions that we weren't asking. But
especially in this like weird post-truth world we're in, right? It's like it's been super interesting to see, like, over the last like decade, people referring more and more to the truth in the possessive, like his truth, your truth, my truth, her truth, all this possessive truth. I'm kind of like, I understand the sentiment that's actually being expressed by that, but at the same time, just sort of semantically, like as far as like, us using words and everybody understanding what the hell everybody's talking about. Like, I kind of like, a big part of me is like, thinks that that's a big part of the problem too, that we should probably use the word belief more often, like you just did, as opposed to truth. Because I think we've kind of like corrupted the term truth. And I sort of hope like when the if the alien stuff comes out and it's vastly different than what people thought was the truth, I kind of think that might be good for us. And then people will realize like, oh wait, there is actually an objective truth, and it doesn't matter what anybody's, his truth is. What matters is actually the objective truth. And there's like scientific truth and scientific facts, and then all the rest of the stuff that people are referring to as my truth is blah blah. All that stuff is really just like belief, hopes, subjective opinion, all that kind of stuff.
Well, you know what yeah, I think you're right there. There's this element of where truth became knowing fact, and I like, maybe that's what it's supposed to mean, but gosh, Socrates said it himself, right? It's like the only thing he knows is that he knows nothing. It's like, that's probably a decent way to look at the world sometimes, because there's just like there's reasons why I think open source and decentralization is actually stronger than centralization, and one of the reasons is because you're able to combine collectively instead of like bicker individually over what the best product is or what the best standard is.
Because it's an agreed truth. Like whatever the blockchain says is actually the agreed truth, and there's no room for, like, I couldn't go on Cardano Twitter tomorrow and say, actually, my truth of the Cardano blockchain is that I have a billion ADA. That's my truth, and I expect you all to respect it. You must respect my truth of the Cardano blockchain. It's like it can't happen because we have this objective truth.
Yeah, and that's
the useful thing. That's the useful thing about the blockchain is there's no room for anybody else's truth of the history of the blockchain. Everybody agrees I don't have a billion ADA.
Yeah, and you have to like I think figure out ways to make that. I look at I think one of the reasons why I like your content is because you personify Cardano, and I think what I like to look at blockchain as is this incredible technology that is personified and wants to get to all the areas it's useful. So that's a great example where you're taking ADA and saying, okay, because this ledger shows us how much ADA everybody has, and we know we can trust it. It's like, yeah, it's the truth. I can't just go around saying I have a billion ADA. And there's this other component to the blockchain where it can be actually very like virus-like in what it can also infect besides just ADA, and provide some sort of objective reality to a network that is validating a truth. I'd like to see it expand far past just like a cryptocurrency and into things like history. But, you know, that requires more dynamicness and complexity. And I think creativeness to think about how we can architect using blockchain with these other, I guess, concepts. Yeah, but knowing something, I guess, is a tough place to be, because do you really know anything? Like even Elon Musk's simulation theory puzzles people. It's like, well, if we're in a simulation, that really changes the game. And it kind of is hard. It's one of those things, we were talking about this earlier. It's like so crazy to think about because it's almost impossible to prove it's not true. So
Bostrom simulation theory is like it's when you're thinking about like the truth of reality, it's a hard thing to defeat because it makes everything we perceive untrue, and it can make anything beyond the simulation true, right? Like anything, you could say that anything beyond the simulation is true. Like Elon was asked by Lex Friedman, like, if we had the ultimate general artificial intelligence, what is that knew everything, what would be the question you would ask it? And he did the thing where he thinks for a long time and he's like silent, just kind of like looking around. And eventually he responds like, I would ask it, what is beyond the simulation, right? Because it could be anything beyond the simulation. And at the same time, so any theory you have or any religious belief you have about a god could be true, because that could be the person who created the simulation. But at the same time, it makes all of the known world that we can actually perceive to be untrue.
Well, that's like that's why I think nobody really has like figured out life like to the degree of like we still have a lot of room to explore, because it's a paradox that at our current level, I guess, of like the collective ways of thinking about society, we really haven't come to this like conclusion yet. And it's an interesting place to be, man. It's like, well, we're still at the stage of consciousness collectively where we perceive this as a paradox still. So, I mean, we can have a perspective, you try to find the best perspective for the times maybe. And, maybe that exists your entire life, but at the same token, you're also, I feel like very humbled as like a human still. I feel like being a human in 2023 is still very humbling because there's so much that we still haven't grasped or know.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
like the big problem,
yeah.
the big glaring problem is that physics seems to be obviously incomplete. Like it insufficiently describes reality. That's like the big problem. And you get into all this weird space then. If you're like, okay, if physics doesn't quite sufficiently describe everything, what's missing? And you get into a lot of weird territory. Like one of the weirdest things to me that I've been thinking about for like the last couple of years is this sort of insufficient sensor theory, right? So you've got this idea like you've got, like you said, maybe, so there's this paradox, right? There's this gap in our knowledge about the fabric of reality. And one possibility is that we as humans have sensors, right? Like any other, like a rover on Mars. It has certain sensors, right? We might have a camera to, visually view the world. We might have, we have like these hearing sensors, our ears. We have like these tactile sensors. But we don't really know how sufficient our sensors are, right? Like we can feel stuff and we can hear stuff, we can smell stuff, we can taste stuff, we can see stuff, but how much of actual reality can our sensors detect? Like what if, like I think everybody has either looked through night vision goggles or has seen video or even a video game simulation of what it looks like to look through like a FLIR sensor, like that just picks up heat, right? Like everybody kind of knows what those kind of images look like. So
yeah, with like different colors and
yeah, like you can see
vision, you can like yeah, they use that for nighttime and things of that nature for sure.
Yeah, if you look through a FLIR scope, you can distinguish between things that are different temperatures, but you can't really look through it and necessarily detect certain things, right? If two things are exactly the same temperature, it becomes hard to distinguish between them. It becomes hard to see variations in certain colors, like you're just seeing heat, so you're not necessarily seeing colors. And the image you get is like this green and white image, you're not seeing colors. Like, what if our sensors are like that? What if they're super inefficient and there's this thing called color out there and we can't detect it because we don't have the right sensor? Like what if there's a whole other Earth? What if there's an infinite number of Earths and they're all located in space right where our Earth is, but just like the FLIR sensor can't see colors, it can only see heat. What if we just don't have the right sensor to be able to detect that there are an infinite number of Earths right here, right where our Earth is?
Yeah, that's a cool way to look at it. I mean,
it could be that we just can't detect, a big portion of what reality actually is.
Yeah, I like that. I was writing a little bit of a story, right? Like, and it was around this idea too, where if there was there's a way to like scale infinitely, just like realities, then one way to look at it would be, and I was just writing it from the perspective of like a character moving through this and following different versions. So you're going through reality and you make a decision, and you have like, you go left or right. You go right, it's like, well, okay, maybe you're now the person that went right, but there also exists a timeline of a person that went left, and it's also you, but you're just now, you don't even know it because you just kind of like are following this track while we're just scaling reality every single moment in time. So there's like an infinite amount of like I guess creative experiences that any one person can actually do. And maybe your decision in that moment just makes it so that way you're following one, I guess, timeline, you could almost say. but there's really actually just like an infinite amount, because you could like raise your hand right now, and maybe in one timeline you don't raise your hand, you know, but your consciousness gets like almost like split into like two different like realities of that same thing. And I was like writing this kind of like story as like an exercise, you know, and it reminded me of what you just said, because it's really tough to prove what you said incorrect due to what we don't know. It's really tough to prove that what like I was just talking about doesn't exist due to what we don't know. So how could it not potentially be real? It's like, well, that's a big argument, because you could say that anything could potentially be real. It's really humbling being a human once again in 2023, man. Like, for real. I believe come to that conclusion every day of my life. Like,
yeah, it's just like the the native people on North Sentinel Island, right? It's like the right position for them, like we would say from our perspective, we would say they should be humble because there's so much about the world they don't know, right? And it's like for them, giant cities in Burma, in Myanmar, and in India are might as well be a different dimension, right?
Yeah,
might as well be a different dimension for them. So it's like you would say they should be humble. They should probably have a kind of a humble attitude toward their own knowledge, because so much of the world they don't know. You're probably right about humans in general. It's probably the same for us humans. There seems to be such a big amount we don't know.
Well, I just mean, like, I find it humbling. I don't know what people should be. You know, maybe it's worse to be humbled than it is to be maybe set in stone in one direction.
I'll say it seems like history, like the history of humans even, indicates that at every stage in human history, the better intellectual perspective would have been, a humble perspective on your own knowledge. Because, like,
I agree with that from a historical. If we're going to look back to affirm it, yeah, I also just find it more of an enjoyable experience. But yeah, if you put it in those terms, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, like you're also right. Life is easier when you don't try to convince everybody that you know everything. Like, life is more enjoyable when you don't have to spend energy on trying to convince people that you know everything.
Or when you don't try to convince yourself that you know everything too.
Good. Fair point.
That
Fair
could
point,
really
man.
be, that can sort of that can be a personified version of hell with the ego involved in some cases. It's interesting, just even in crypto, trying to maintain a humble perspective. Sometimes I'll think that I really understand something, and then boom, somebody hits me with a new piece of information. I'm like, dang it. Like, just when I thought I grasped this one aspect, there's even a deeper level to this, or there's another layer to where this stemmed from that I had no knowledge of prior, and it's like every day you're just getting it's like an infinite span from you to the truth, probably. But at the same token, it's like, well, you're getting closer to the truth the more that, like, you probably get humbled by new information that expands your awareness of this topic. But there is probably like this almost weird infinite space of how close you can get to the accuracy of how much you understand how things probably work. Maybe that's true too. Maybe there's like an infinite gap, and you can get closer and closer, and the gap becomes smaller, but you're never quite to the actual core of it. That could be a law of, like, the universe. I don't know. I've seen that in a few places.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, you could be totally right. Maybe it's a curve that infinitely approaches this line, but it never quite.
An equation, yeah, like
it cuts the gap in half every time infinitely, because it only cuts it in half every time, so it never quite meets the line. Yeah.
Well, is that true for Bitcoin, like the halving event? Is there like a point in time where the supply gets reached? I forget in there.
So yeah, no, I mean, yeah, the supply gets reached at 21 million. But what's interesting is like, will the price keep pace and make it worthwhile to continue mining right up until 21 million, or does something happen and it's no longer worth it to mine before 21 million?
Yeah, because mining secures the network. So it's
the mining is the security. Yeah.
So like even if people use Bitcoin and trade it, it's like, well, if you can't move it, that might be a big issue. If you can't really, actually send the darn Bitcoin, you might have like dude, that would be so funny if you see like some kind of like, I don't know, the different governments that exist when that happens, like just like subsidizing Bitcoin mining because they have to, if it's like a widely used enough currency. It's like they actually just have to like subsidize the darn mining of the Bitcoin, not even for a return for mining. But who would even be incentivized to do that? It's like, well, if it comes from a government subsidy, that means that governments probably are using it. Yeah, that's an interesting element of Bitcoin that I haven't really come to terms with either. It'll be when does that happen again, AOS?
It depends on like how the difficulty adjusts, and more and less hash rate is on the network and all those kind of things. Like, it's impossible to pinpoint even when the next halvening will happen. It's probably like, next spring sometime. We can say it's probably going to happen around this point, but we can't even pinpoint exactly when that halvening will take place because we don't know how long it's. I mean, they're basically just solving SHA-256. They're solving for a nonce that produces an output, a digest from SHA-256 that meets the current difficulty setting. And we don't know how long. It's a matter of chance. The way the ASICs work, it's just a matter of chance. How fast they solve for it. So it's impossible to predict, really.
Dude, did you just see Jolly's comment about free energy and what that would do to Bitcoin mining? I thought that was kind of an interesting comment, actually. But yeah.
So it is really interesting in that you've got with okay, so the cost components to proof of work mining. We can talk about proof of work mining generally. The cost components are ASICs, like the
hardware,
the actual hardware, the energy, and you've got to have a bunch of humans like running around servicing the ASICs, keeping the power flow uninterrupted, doing a bunch of human stuff. So you're still going to have the hardware and the human component to pay for. So there's still going to be a cost there. I mean, even when all the mining basically was in China, and the story was that it was basically, mining operations setting up en masse next to hydroelectric facilities because they could bribe the dam operators to get free electricity. So we might have already been in like a pretty low cost era of Bitcoin mining when it was all happening in China, and apparently they were all setting up, in places like that so they could just bribe the mine operator and get very, very cheap electricity.
Yeah, when I was reading that comment too, I was thinking about the hardware. But
yeah.
Also, maybe it's possible that Bitcoin, just continues to be used and the price is competitive. I think that's why the whole, it was an interesting saga that I'm gonna like always remember, was in this last year when we saw the Bitcoin, what is it called, the BRC. I forget if it's BRC 20 or there was the token standard that came out for like NFTs, right? And for Bitcoin. And it was leveraged from, I think it was a way that Taproot wasn't designed for. I think micro proofs, or maybe it was micro proofs in a Twitter space, just kind of, it was just like a late night Twitter space. So just know that for context. But micro proofs was saying that like there's junkyard developers, and junkyard developers will basically just, it's like a term that, they'll just kind of tinker around, see what they can figure out. And by leveraging Taproot, they were able to create this like token standard for Bitcoin that does create a bit more pressure on the network than it was designed for. So that's an interesting controversy that I remember people debating and arguing when there was like more, if there's more things that Bitcoin is supposed to do, does that diminish its true potential as like this kind of store of value, currency that continues to perpetuate? And there was a lot of great thoughts in that saga this year. And I learned a ton around Bitcoin when that did happen. But it was showcasing that, things can kind of spur up that weren't expected maybe. But yeah,
it's kind of a human impulse, right? This is kind of a general human impulse. It's like if you have competing nation states, and like one in one, you know what I mean? It's like
smart contract platforms. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you have competing nation states, and like one country invents like jet aircraft, and the other country has propeller aircraft. Like the country that's behind that doesn't have that technology is going to be like, we actually don't want jet aircraft because they go much faster. So then if you have a crash, you're more likely to die. That's why we've chosen not to have jet aircraft. You know what I mean? That was kind of the attitude of the Bitcoin people for a long time. It was this like pure water crypto. We're doing pure water crypto over here, not that tainted smart contract crypto the rest of you are doing. It's the same thing. I mean, it's like a country claiming
it's seducing in a way. I mean,
it's like we're banning Hollywood movies because our movies are better. Hollywood movies are banned. We don't want the latest Tom Cruise movie. We don't want Mission Impossible. It's banned because our movies are better, but actually it's because, Tom Cruise won't comply with removing the Taiwan patch on his flight jacket.
I mean, it's branding, and Bitcoin has created, a huge amount of potential for blockchain because of their ability to brand, the community's ability to brand, I would argue too. And, you think about a different timeline where, Bitcoin maybe gets invented but never takes off, and it could be a completely different world. Like crypto is impacted for the amount of adoption and actual products being used with blockchain. I would argue that crypto has really impacted the the world in a huge way. Just like the way that we even are thinking about digital assets and these elements of ownership in a alternative to something like what Facebook's VR platform or Meta, I guess we should call it now. It's like, I'm still always going to call it Facebook, but whatever, we'll be accurate here. It's like Meta is has developed Horizon Worlds, which is like their household name Metaverse. It's like you don't own your actual virtual world that you might spend a lot of time building. Similar to how we kind of don't own our YouTube channels in a tokenized way. It's like, well, they could totally deplatform pretty much anybody. And by adding ownership to social media platforms in a way that like you actually own your account, which would be pretty cool. And you can take that, to different places maybe, but in the terms of the metaverse, I think it's a good highlight of this example. It's like, we're actually like desiring ownership again, It's like, we actually want to own a virtual environment that we're going to invest money into building out or maybe attracting people there, because we don't want that to be just stripped away from us. And it's like these kinds of things are like little ripples that will become tsunamis in 10 years. And I think there will be a moment in time where like that whole thesis around ownership on just digital immersive environments or assets will be probably pretty important if you're going to be on some platform. And it's like if the brand of Bitcoin didn't really manage to get to where it's at today, it's like, gosh, I don't even know where we'd be. So they're definitely good at branding. And that's what you're talking about when you're talking about like, hey, we got the superior, we're Voss, we have the Voss NFTs because we're the true.
The Voss water. You're saying they're the Voss water.
Yeah.
They definitely think they are Voss water for sure. They definitely believe they are Voss water, dude. Was that the Adam Sandler movie? Was it the Adam Sandler movie Spanglish, where his kids would only drink Voss water? Was that the one?
Oh, I know. I don't know if it was. I have no clue, but I've seen that. Like I've seen that concept in a movie before.
Yeah, it was some movie like that. But yeah, no, I think that's what's going on. The example you brought up, like the tokenization of social media platforms. This is such an interesting one because it really embodies the whole thing,
yeah.
right? Because like
it'd be better than the alternatives. Because what if the alternatives like Rumble becomes what YouTube is today in like 10 years? It's like the same. We're going down the same path here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, the platforms are dictators, right? The platforms are the dictators, and they want to own everything in their ecosystem. It's literally like the people versus the dictator. The dictator's like, I own the country. If you are going to have a stall in the market, I will actually own your stall, you and your cart. And, I'll reserve the right to take all of your inventory and like the name of your stall. I'm going to own all that. So if you decide to leave, you can't take any of it with you. And it's like, of course, the people in the market don't want that. They would much rather own all their own stuff. And of course, the dictator does not want them to own their own stuff, because then they can just go to the city state next door, one valley over, and set up their market over there. But it's like one of those deals where it's like very obviously better for the social media platforms to own all the stuff. And it's very obviously better for the people to own all the stuff. So people are like, why doesn't crypto adoption move faster? It's because all the biggest companies suffer if crypto is very, very successful, right? If everybody understood how decentralized identity works, if everybody understood that it was possible and crypto adoption was widespread, this tokenization of your social media presences you described would be immediately demanded. And they know that. So of course they don't want crypto to be very widely adopted. Of course they don't want people to understand decentralized identity. It's like literally directly averse to their interests for people to adopt all those concepts. Like, of course they don't want it. Like, there's a reason that Google hasn't embraced decentralization, that Amazon hasn't embraced decentralization. You don't hear the CEOs of those companies talking glowingly about decentralization every day. And there's a reason for that.
No, totally, dude. And, I think of, it's for me a bit different between, slightly different. There's two different, I guess, angles on this. Between when I think of a country, right, I immediately think of, when I was doing just real estate, like just as a sales agent, right? I immediately think of the people that were my clients who were paying taxes on a property that they maybe owned outright, and then they would pay, maybe a sales tax and like what do you call it? Like maybe a capital gains tax. The market was pretty hot. There was a lot of people moving real estate that they haven't moved in a very, very long time. And I just I think about this concept of like double dipping that like countries can kind of do, where they get the royalty because they get kind of this, you know, these taxes on like after a transaction, right? Unless there's a lot of like not loopholes, but yes, loopholes in like how you do your taxing at the end of the year. But it's like in the incentives that you choose to pursue. But for most residential like people, it's like it's, you know, they just pay the taxes. It's like it's kind of like a royalty in a way. And it's funny because you also get the you know, capital gains tax, and then you have them paying taxes, and you know they really got a decent deal, like the governments do right now. Uh, I think for a company, it's interesting because yeah, man, you just don't see them able to. They have to almost create like this digital. I think of it, something like Amazon, right? It's like they almost have to create this digital like country that is able to make people go and list their stuff on their platform, and then they can implement the same kind of double dipping strategy once people are on their platform. But it's a bit harder to do in the terms of an established country, because countries also have regulations for anti compete, right? So like you can't have a company become too monopolistic before getting hit with some kind of like, you know, anti competitive regulatory logic, and that makes it so that they can't scale too much or they hit this wall. But I mean, a country technically has that, I guess, with other countries, maybe. It is interesting though when you study some of the empires that have come about, and you know that was like when we were maybe less civilized. But I don't know, like the way that the U.S. protects all these, used to protect, I guess, all these countries, sort of created this Western empire, you know, and it made it so that way we could have this reserve currency that we could like, you know, shovel off inflation to when we do print money. You know, it's just like very interesting. So
Yeah, I mean, it's like
yeah,
you make some good historical points here, because the best business has always been the tax
it's
business,
everyone
right?
that you own the world. It's like then you could do anything. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
the tax business is the best business, right? Because the social contract was, I am the lord of this land, and what's going to happen is you will pay me taxes all the
yeah,
time, every month. You will pay me taxes, and if there's an invasion, one day, I will fight off the invaders. That's like the social contract. In the meantime, I'm in charge of everything. You give me a piece of everything you make. It's the best business ever, because if you do get invaded and you lose, who cares? The land, the kingdom is over anyways. If you lose, like, who cares? So even if you don't hold up your end of the social contract, you still got to collect all those taxes all those years before the invasion, and it's great.
kind of like pensions. It's like if pensions fail, it's like, well, you know, you still had this person kind of working towards them for like 60 years.
Yeah, it's so great. Yeah, it's so great. You're like paid up front for something that you may or may not ever do. And it's like the tech platforms are the same, right? It's like they know the best business is the tax business. So YouTube just puts a gigantic tax on all the content creators. Same thing with all the other platforms. Some of them do it in the form of making us subject ourselves to advertising, which is a little less painful than the tax situation, but it's also a tax of sorts. But yeah, definitely the best business has always been the tax business, which is why, you know, feudal lords were always trying to increase their territory. It's like for every new village you conquer, you get, you know, like 50 new taxpayers. It's like fantastic. Of course you go conquer as many villages as you can.
And you know, this is where blockchain comes in, because there's kind of two ways that it's so disruptive. You know, I mean, one way you can look at Voltaire, because what's cool about Voltaire is like, all right, yeah, we're going to do a 20% tax. So when we pay a transaction on Cardano, there's this 20% tax, and it goes to the treasury before the transaction fees are paid to the SBOs and delegators. And it's like, okay, but that treasury, the vision is that that treasury gets kind of owned by the participants of this virtual, network. And that, goes to these three bodies. One is DREPs, which is a pretty open looking system. And, anybody can kind of make decisions as a DREP. It's like, you can kind of get stake maybe delegated to you as a DREP, so your decisions may be more influential. And then you have the SBOs, and then the Constitutional Committee. The SBOs, people can become an SBO. It's like the Constitutional Committee seems like the highest barrier to entry, but I'd imagine that I imagine that the Constitutional Committee will probably scale out more than scale up in terms of importance. Like, I feel like for it to work, like the Constitutional Committee maybe will be, and the quorum is adjustable. You can also freeze it if you have a state of no confidence, which puts more power into the largest group, I would argue, which may be the DREPs or probably the
agreed. I agree strong with that. Yep, I agree. It's the DREPs.
And that's one way to still have a tax, but at least make it pretty open. The other thing, though, is ownership. Like we were talking about imagine like if your YouTube channel was like a token. Dude, like if your YouTube channel was a token and then you could participate in monetization by staking that token to YouTube, but if not, then you still have it, but it's like yours. And, like you kind of have these sort of maybe let's just say in a perfect world, YouTube still hosts all your content because it gets them on YouTube. They're able to still recommend videos of other creators, whatnot, but they can't like destroy your YouTube channel and it's a token. Then, it becomes a bit harder of an area to virtually tax by just slapping a tax on creators or threatening them with the potential of, oh, well, we're gonna basically take away your YouTube channel. And
okay, here this is perfect. You just invented the new format for social media platforms. When you start a channel, the platform says to you, YouTube says to you, hey, okay, you've got 21 million JCrypto tokens. As the content creator, you get 20%. The other 80% will be sold in an initial offering to everybody who might be your fans. You can choose if you want to do like a year of content to kind of build up some momentum before you do the ICO. You can do that. And then everybody can stake all of their tokens to our stake pools, and we'll take a little bit of a cut out of the staking, and maybe YouTube will take a little cut out of the ICO, but that's how you make your money, by putting out really good content, and then the public float of your token, that other 80%, if you're doing good content, hopefully the value of the tokens will go up, and then that makes your 20% more valuable.
Yeah, that's a way to like securitize it a bit, or like equityfy it, because there's I think why I like NFTs is like the simplicity of it. It's like there's another example I'll point out too, which is you could just make it's your YouTube channel, it's your NFT of your YouTube channel, and like dynamically, it's a dynamic like NFT. Like you can just update it with the new stuff that you put onto your YouTube channel. I also see a model for that, because you can still make money as a platform potentially by making it easier to trade YouTube channels. I think people don't really know about this at scale enough, but there's websites and marketplaces where you can buy these YouTube channels that have a cash flow to them, because they have content already on them that is producing, revenue, and they're evergreen content. People are always going to watch it. And, being able to tokenize the entire channel, I think is a good step. I think there could be, like with dynamic NFTs, an incredible way to simply dynamically update it and split off an individual piece of content and give somebody else that piece of content. And now they can control it. They can unlist it. They can keep it public, whatever they want to do. You know, it's theirs now. But I think by, you know, moving towards tokenization, you're going to ultimately generate a lot of royalties with the secondary markets. It's kind of like if Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, you know, I guess it's interesting to me if every piece of content was a token, or even some pieces of content was a token, and every YouTube channel was a token, and every time those traded, YouTube was able to make revenue. How much money would they actually be able to make if they really let everybody just kind of like post whatever they want and only intervened when there was a monetization dispute, right? When you're monetizing, but you break the guidelines. It's like there could actually be a lot more money in it for them, because that means that people would be able to post whatever they want, not monetize it, but then they would maybe want to sell that channel or one individual video. So I like the versions of taxation from a way to give ownership to people and not have to constantly tax them like we see in like residential real estate tax is bad, I'll tell you.
Yeah, dude, the taxation by royalty on the transactions and the tokens would feel a lot better. I guess the one big hurdle to surmount there would be the rug pull potential, right? Because you could build up a channel, and if it doesn't have a lot of evergreen content, if the value is based on the ongoing efforts of the content creator, he could dump all of his tokens and just peace out. That'd be problematic.
Yeah. So for me, it's like, I like the NFT potential because when you have, I guess, people investing in your stock, I think there is more potential for that. If you own 20% of the tokens and there's 80% floating out there, and like, you know, it kind of feels like they're investing in your stock a bit. I think if you own your own YouTube channel and you can just, you know, sell a video, and now somebody else controls whether they want to keep it up and continue to monetize it or not, there's a easier fair market value that gets established there.
Yeah.
And if people can bid, like imagine you post a video, right? And you're just like, all right, this, you know, person just bid on my new video. Like they could actually create a little bit of a valuation on your new piece of content. So if they think that it's going to be a great podcast or piece of content one day, they might make a big bid, and you might just sell it to them that day and not like worry about monetizing it and trying to make that same amount of money. And now they just own content. And then you create this insanely interesting market where all of a sudden there's people who buy people's content, and they have this portfolio of content that's hosted by a blockchain, or like I'd imagine, because I don't, you know, with YouTube, it's like, again, we're talking about not YouTube transitioning to this model. We're probably talking about what would maybe become a better YouTube integrated with blockchain.
J Rumble, basically. Jumble, the new blockchain-based platform, Jumble.
Yeah, no, yeah. So I'll definitely, I just want to disclose, like, this is not something that I plan to launch. This is simply
Jumble launching next quarter.
I mean, like yourself, like I just think about this stuff so much, right? So it's like, I mean, I just think that this makes more sense. You know, you just think about it, right? And it's like, this could be a better overall deal.
Tokenization makes so much sense, dude. It makes so much sense. It's like, to me, it's just an extension of capitalism, right? It's like, one of the cool things about capitalism is that you can basically capitalize things, right? It's like you can accumulate capital in these in cells of things representing interests in future cash flows and interests in businesses and enterprises. And it's like, to me, this is all just an extension of capitalism. It's like people would worry if you could tokenize the equity in your house very easily, the equity in your car, the equity in your future paychecks, the equity in your future videos if you're a YouTuber, all that kind of stuff. Like it's like an extreme form of capitalism, and people worry about it because it's kind of like the reverse mortgage thing. You worry about old people getting dispossessed of their houses because they try to squeeze the money out unwisely before while they still have need of shelter before they die. But it's yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be headed in that direction, and you hope it's like net good for the average person, but maybe it's kind of like the reverse mortgage thing. And in some cases it's like net not good. If people could like tokenize everything, including their future paychecks, there would for sure be stupid people who would, sell off all of their future paychecks and then spend all the money they got from doing that. And then just be like sort of required to work in the future, but not actually get any money and have no money from the initial sell kind of thing.
Yeah. And again, that's why I've always gravitated towards NFTs because I feel like it's a cleaner way to do a lot of these tokenizing concepts than when you create a stock for something. I feel like there's a bit more of it's harder to distinguish what you own than if you just own a piece of property that's represented by one single NFT. One other benefit, just going back to this real quick, it's like, dude, somebody buys an AOS like piece of content, right? And they're the, basically controller of if that content is public or if it's private or unlisted and what they do with it. It's like, well, that might actually create a nice little fan base, for content creators, because now they're going to be maybe pushing that content or pushing you as a YouTuber, right? And it's like, if that's an NFT and they just own it, then they can sell it at any time. They can exit, but they're also like naturally incentivized to like be part of what you're doing. And it's, it's like, it's something that they can actually like tangibly do stuff with. So you could almost pass it off as like hey, you got what you paid for. I'm done with this transaction as the YouTuber, and they can decide what they want to do with it. Whereas like, I feel like if they were to invest into the entire channel through a fungible token, it's like, how much do they buy? It's like, well, now they just own these tokens. That's value literally depends on what content you produce moving forward versus, oh wait, they just own this single video and they get to list it. They get to say it's public, private. They can also just sell it. It's like a little bit of a different relationship. I do think NFTs will actually be a route to tokenize pretty much everything, dude. Like, like almost everything. I think like the plane tickets will be, NFTs. I think, concerts are already an early proof of concept for this. But
Can you imagine if there's a whole market where like people just go out and buy like every ticket on a particular flight and then just tokenize all of them? And people are speculating on how much certain flights will be worth. So it's like companies are buying every single ticket, tokenizing all of them, and then people are, basically betting on which seats on which flights will end up selling for the most, months later.
Yeah, I mean, this is like I remember seeing, I think it was either a Catalyst proposal, or I remember seeing like some project, it's like travel something, and they were trying to pitch this idea. I thought it was pretty interesting. They were trying to pitch this idea of doing a market for basically buying flights in a tokenized way with this airline. And if you buy it in December, and let's say that your flight is the next year and it's like in August, and you buy it in December, but you can't make it. It's like, well, maybe the price went up. maybe the price went up and now you can just sell it to a secondary buyer. Or maybe, you just see the price go up and you say, you know what, I don't need to go to Hawaii in August, because that would be better for the airlines. Because right now, I think a lot of airlines are suffering from a lack of people buying tickets. But this would actually create like this free market, a bit of speculators who would basically be like buying a option on whether they want to travel. And if they don't, maybe they'll just make a profit and call it quits and not go on vacation. I don't know. It's like, I think the reasons that companies are scared to enter the space, I'm just trying to provide arguments against why they shouldn't be as scared as infrastructure matures. I think there's more fear from these like companies like YouTube entering blockchain and seeing it as like a thing that will disrupt them, which it will. But like, I also want to provide arguments for why it can work too, for maybe the startup or maybe YouTube. It's like, I feel like there's so much potential there too that people are discussing and thinking about in this world, right? So it is interesting though. It's an interesting pathway.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, it's the whole tokenization thing. I mean, it's such a big shift. It's one of those like gigantic shifts. I mean, this is one of the things even before I started my channel. One of the things I used to talk about all the time was, tokenization of apartment buildings, right? Can you imagine if, a server in a restaurant in Vancouver could take, just like $10 out of every paycheck and buy a little tiny piece of an apartment building in North Carolina?
Oh yeah.
Right? It's like there'd be way more investment. There'd be way more investment, in almost everything if you could do it that way. Like, I would be buying real estate all over the world. If all the real estate was tokenized, I'd be buying little tiny pieces of real estate all over the place and all kinds of equities. I'd be investing in a much wider spectrum of stuff if it was as easy to do that as it is in crypto. I mean, it's like a huge, huge shift. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I wonder what that would do, because one of the pathways I could see changing then in that case would be like, imagine developers go through this journey then where instead of just being contracted to make the apartment building and then having that owned by someone and then them hiring a management, like, management company that's maybe local to run the darn thing. It's like you could almost see the developers develop. You could almost see them maybe just kind of like, I guess, utilize a protocol to basically pay a management company, and you wouldn't actually have a bigger company own the real estate. You would have this like floating token that owns the real estate. Yeah, I used to talk a lot about real estate and blockchain too, AOS. I think it was like one of the almost low-hanging fruit ways to connect to how things could go in the future. I stopped though because I realized like how much infrastructure still needs to be done. But dude, it's one of the things I'm most excited for still. It's like eventually I do think blockchain and real estate makes so much sense. It's just,
I mean, obviously the naysayers would argue that you can currently buy, shares in a REIT or something like that, or just buy shares in a corporation that, owns real estate. And that's certainly a thing. But yeah, no, I think the real estate one is a really interesting example, because almost everybody would love to do that. If you could buy, a piece of a great hotel in, Singapore, with $10, like, sure. Like, I think people can imagine doing that. But yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the way title works in real estate, though, it's such an old-fashioned business, and there's so much there's so much sort of bureaucratic inefficiency baked into that whole industry where, yeah, I agree with you. There's still a lot of infrastructure that need to be built out, and just things changed in order to get there. What do you think about this? Leroy is all about hydrogen. What do you think about hydrogen versus electric?
Yeah, so this is why I said earlier too, a little bit that though I did agree with the nuclear statement, I haven't dug enough into energy to, really go into length. But I felt like there was a breakthrough recently with, maybe it was it fusion, or was it hydrogen? I know that was being talked about quite a bit.
Yeah, I did a video on the big fusion breakthrough, and it was like there was a little bit of controversy over
as to how big it was, right? It was like some people were saying that maybe it's not as big as, like, we should be like kind of toning this down a bit, or on the fusion one, or yeah.
It was yeah. I mean, there were two pieces of like two labels for different types of fusion energy, and like people got really worked up over whether, which of the two. It was definitely one of the two and not the other, and people were kind of using the one that it wasn't to describe it. And a lot of it has to do with like how much energy you actually have to, how much energy it takes to produce the reaction, basically, that produces the energy. And it's like, it's like they were trying to reach a certain point where it was like you were still kind of putting more energy into the reaction than you were getting out. But it's sort of like once they got to that point, they knew they could, eventually make the input more efficient so that they could get to the point where they're actually putting less in than getting out, that kind of thing. But yeah, that was a pretty big breakthrough. You know who's really big on hydrogen? And it's always been shocking to me, but Toyota seems to be so focused on hydrogen still. They've always made that one hydrogen car. I believe they still make it, or they did very recently. But it seems like that was one of the big sticking points when they changed, when the descendant of the original Toyota was still in charge. That was one of the big sticking points, because like you had one person on the board of directors who had been kind of who'd kind of spearheaded the Toyota's whole hybrid revolution, the introduction of the Prius and the popularization of hybrid vehicles. And it seemed like there was a faction in Toyota that was resistant to electric for that reason, because they'd done so well with hybrids. And then you had the emerging hydrogen technology, which Toyota seemed to have embraced because they have a production hydrogen car. It seems like they just kind of, Toyota seemed so focused on, they still do, on hybrid and hydrogen. And then they have this big press conference where they bring out prototypes of like, it seemed like a dozen cars. It was like 6 or 8 or a dozen cars, and they're all supposed to be electric. But then every month I see headlines saying they've either, killed that and re-embraced hydrogen and hybrid, or now the young guys have taken over and they're newly embracing electric. Let's see. Oh yeah, Lore has the details on this. He says Toyota Mirai is hydrogen fuel cell car and not that popular. Yep, that's true. They're not that popular. They're now getting prepared to manufacture internal combustion engines fueled by hydrogen, like Cummins and Kia GmbH in Germany. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. Yeah, actually, a friend of mine just went back to Japan, and their uncle works at Toyota. And so I tried to get them to put in a little feeler to see if their uncle had any inside information on what was going on in Toyota in Japan, in terms of this whole transition, non-transition. And unfortunately, the timing was terrible. Her uncle retired from Toyota, so I couldn't get any information. But I'm always very curious about that. So that's interesting information about the move from the Toyota Mirai hydrogen fuel cell situation to this internal combustion fueled by hydrogen.
Yeah, this is actually super interesting.
Yeah, my thing with hydrogen is that electric's so easy. Electric is so easy when you just have to plug in your car and all of the maintenance from internal combustion just disappears. It's so easy. All the instant torque, man, life is easy. Life is easy in electric world.
I like the statement by Leroy when he said we may be moving, or he proposed from the petrodollar to the hydrodollar. I'm trying to find the comment. But,
yeah, moving away from the petrodollar would be interesting globally for sure.
Well, I mean, just from like, this will sound stupid, but I mean, it just sounds better. Like if you have like a hydrogen dollar, and I'm just looking at your thumbnail with these beautiful fish in this in this water here. I don't know. It feels, I feel like if we were looking at if we were looking at a picture, a stock picture, when we type in oil, we'd probably see like this like big machine with like this black stuff in a hole. And if you had a dollar that was connected to something like hydrogen, I feel like that's interesting. I wouldn't rule it out. I don't know. It's like, dude, I heard a really interesting monetary policy thought recently, though. And we can go back to energy because I do like learning about this stuff. But there was this monetary policy thought around giving people a cap on how much like money they can have. What do you think about it? I know it's super controversial, but like it would be
wait. Are you saying generally a cap on how rich they can get?
Yeah, like no, like imagine a cap supply, a cryptocurrency cap supply, a network that basically makes it so that way after, I don't know, if there's like 21 billion tokens and you have, let's say, you have a billion, it's like you can't go over a billion, and that would be an experimental currency. And then you'd also be incentivized to basically spend on that network, and you would basically be able to reinvest into your own, if you have a billion tokens out of 21 billion and you relate that to a currency, I mean, dude, that means that you're like a very rich person in that system. You'd be incentivized to basically spend that back into your own, pocket by purchasing things or maybe hiring more people for your business, whatever. But you can't just continue to accumulate. And, the numbers would have to be mathematically like peer reviewed and whatnot. So I'm just making this simple with 1 billion cap for 21 billion supply. But you would also see that when people spend on the network and fees are gathered, it could redistribute to digital identities that are part of that network. So no one could be like a bot, but you would also be able to see like, okay, per this population, there's probably like a number that you can't be more richer than with this currency. However, if you're spending on the network, you can spend to reinvest into yourself and purchase things. And then the fees would get redistributed to a point. So that way no one becomes absolutely zero poor, but just like to a point where it just like kind of, gets people going again, gives them enough to live. And it's a universal basic income tangent, which, I'm kind of very not scared of, but I guess, concerned about universal basic income. Not concerned, that's the wrong word. Like just I'm watching it vigilantly, right? It's like, well, in this system, you kind of do put a cap on and I'm, capitalistic, whatever. But I was looking at this and I was like, this is interesting, because if you put a cap on being just like insanely wealthy and you incentivize people to just like reinvest into themselves, into the system, and the fees are generating and going back to the population who's verified themselves in this system or are citizens of this system, let's just say, and they're always going to have something in their pocket and they're going to be spending on the network, which is going to make them basically have like fees going back into the pockets of other people who are like, you know, below this like very poor mean of holders of this currency, right? I think that there's like something to that. But what do you think?
Man, you know, so I'll be honest. Whenever I hear any talk of like a cap on the amount of anything you can accumulate,
I don't like it either. I get it.
It definitely frightens my capitalistic sensibilities because I worry like.
Yeah, just remember though, there's a cap supply of the currency too. So like, you can make that cap. You can make that cap crazy high. Like,
yeah. No, I hear you. No, I understand you can adjust everything, but it's like I worry that you get that problem. Like it's in super totalitarian countries, you run into the same problem. Like you always see people saying like the problem is there are only there are only two types of billionaires in China, the ones that are dead and the ones that have gotten basically exiled or imprisoned, right? It's like whenever you have that problem, it's it seems like it has an unhealthy impact on economic incentives. So, I mean, you could probably get away with that with in a system that's not designed to actually be the economic system for a wide number of people. But if there's an actual cap on it, it's kind of like it's exactly the same thing as if you have very, very high taxes. Like people always at some point in their life, they examine the concept like, hey, you know, like an Elon type character is so rich. Why don't we just put a 60% or 70% or 80% tax on him? He'll still have plenty of money. And the reason you don't do it is because everyone will leave your jurisdiction. All the guys making high money will leave your jurisdiction and they'll take all their businesses and jobs with them. So I worry in that kind of an ecosystem, if there's a cap like that, it has the same effect and people flee the ecosystem because.
So let me just kind of, so you have digital identities, but you're probably going to see one day what will be called like digital enterprise identities, I imagine. So like, you know, that are made up of people who also associate their digital identities with that enterprise identity, right? It's like, well, you know, you can always have these corporations that also have their own, you know, vehicles of wealth. But at the same time, it's like there is, you know, the ability to make this on a network that's run in a decentralized governance way. It's, taking inspiration from maybe things like Voltaire, and that stake, that redistribution, and that cap of being way too wealthy with it, like a cap supply currency too. I don't know. I think there could be something to it. But I do hear you, and I actually like don't disagree with what you're saying at all, AOS, because I think the same way. I just like, man, I am a capitalist too, bro. So
but it's still like
I view, and I'm like looking at this, I'm like, well, I don't think it's communism, dude. Like, it's really just like a weird thing as a capitalist to look at a system with okay, you can only make this much money, and slightly think that there could be something to it. And that's kind of, I guess, where I still find myself with all these other technologies like digital identities, decentralized governance, that stake being redistributed. So now people have this like stake that they still can participate in. No botting, because everybody is only participating with a digital identity in that ecosystem. But yeah, man, any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I get why. I get that you're just like exploring the concept.
Like a thought experiment.
Yeah, I get it's worthy of exploration and discussion for sure. These kinds of ideas. Yeah, no, I mean, I think what happens is people game it to accumulate as much as they can, and then they'll just like sell their entire holdings once they start getting whatever is too close to that threshold for them. They'll just sell their entire holdings and flee, take their take their capital and flee to some other ecosystem that has no cap, because that's what we see. That's what we see people doing in real life. You know, it's like if they're somewhere and the taxes start getting too high, they just go somewhere else. All of a sudden they're in Cayman, you know, they're in Dubai or Cayman or something like that, you know?
Yeah. I guess if in a distant reality, this is going to sound awful, but okay. I'm gonna really try to steelman this perspective that we're just thought experimenting with. If it's the only currency that exists, like, then yeah, people can, I guess, own assets, but you know, it's like the wealth that they're generating is still going to be capped. So even billionaires would have to re-spend on this sort of network that would go back to the most impoverished, like the lower owners of this currency. So in that reality, what do you think?
I'm going to make one of those t-shirts like everybody makes with John Cena and LeBron, where he looks like Chairman Mao, but it's going to be your picture in the Chairman Mao hair and the communist uniform. Just kidding. I know you're not a communist, but no. I think the fundamental problem, I think anytime you cap, if you cap at the top end of how much people can accumulate of anything, they flee. I think that's my fundamental problem with it. I think it's a separate issue though than the UBI thing. You also mentioned UBI, which I think is really interesting. Like I thought Andrew Yang maybe wasn't all wrong. It still looks to me like AI is probably going to be, it has the potential, I'll put it this way. AI has the potential to be so powerfully deflationary that maybe everything gets so screwed up, we actually have to have some kind of solution. I don't know if UBI works. I don't know if it can even work, but we might end up in the situation where we have to try something like that because it's so deflationary and crazy.
Well, that's the whole thing about this theory that I just kind of tried to, present. But, it's really just, I think I saw someone just discussing it on a social media, app. It's not a real product. I'm just trying to present it, but it was because of job displacement that you would almost need some way to redistribute. And if you're going to do that with a currency that's uncapped, then yeah, we're in a place where we could see just like a lot of inflation. So when you have a capped currency, then you're dealing with like a limited pool of units. So how many of those units do you need if you're, in this giant society? And that's where I think the theory kind of came from, to do my best to just, again.
I get it. I think the putting in a floor is interesting to me. Putting in a ceiling scares me, but putting in a floor might not work either. I don't know if it works or not, having UBI, but
that's why, let me ask you this then, because if you put in a floor, right, and you don't have a ceiling, then how could things not just spiral out of control? I mean, because none of the UBI ideas that I've heard have a currency that, has a set amount of units.
For sure. Yeah, this is
right. Yeah. So
yeah, for sure, it only works in the central bank fiat context, right? I mean, if it works at all.
Yeah. So if you have a currency that people can trust in terms of its units and that it won't be inflated, then if you have a floor but no ceiling, then how are you generating the money that goes to that floor? Is, I guess, maybe where the answer. How do you do that?
Man, I have yet to see anybody explain how UBI pencils out. I'm definitely not contending that it works. But if there was a way to make it work and we could have a floor, like everybody, everybody makes at least 20 grand, the equivalent of today's 20 grand, which is like nothing. Anybody who's in North America knows that's very, very difficult to live on 20 grand, right? Unless you're living in a very rural setting, where, you know, cost of living is extremely low somehow. But it's like, if you have a floor, I think people are still incentivized. Like, you know, probably almost anybody on this call is not going to collect their 20 grand and not work in addition to that. But the cool thing is that if there's no ceiling, then people are going to have unlimited incentive to keep, you know, making more and more money, which you hope makes them create businesses and jobs and all that kind of stuff. So Patrick Bateman, which is a super funny name. If anybody hasn't seen American Psycho, I highly recommend you watch it. It's disturbing though. He says only 15 watching. That's because we've been going for over 4 hours, Patrick. We've been going for over 4 hours, a long time. That's why there's only 15. We didn't have that many at the start either. It was kind of a, you know, not a lot of pre-advertising went into this, but you know, this is part of, I feel like this is an extension of the Cardano community. So it's important to discuss the topics, no matter how many people are listening. I think it's valuable to discuss the topics anyways. Yeah. Would you think Andrew Yang is going to run again this year?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like, run for, would he even have a, do you think he has a shot at participating in this upcut? Do you think he has a shot?
I think he knew he didn't have a shot last time. I mean, he may have had some kind of hopes at the beginning, but I think, you know, he hung on for a long time, and I think I don't think a guy like him runs because he thinks he really has a shot. I think he runs because he wants his message to get out. You know, probably. I mean, I would almost say the same thing about RFK Jr. You know, if we could get the absolute, if we had a machine that would make RFK Jr. tell us exactly what percentage chance he thinks he'll even get of getting the Democratic nomination, I would imagine it'd be a pretty low percentage, probably a shockingly low percentage. I think he's just trying to get his message out that, you know, he's an alternative to the swamp and the orange man, you know, and maybe you think those two things are the same, or, you know, whatever you think that the other options are. I think he just wants to get the message out that there's an alternative, you know, and maybe, you know, in another 4 years, he makes the real run, or maybe he just wants to get that message out, or maybe it's his individual platform points. Maybe he wants to talk about the, you know, his stance on the vaccines, or, you know, his stance on crypto, or his stance just on sort of the current political spectrum. Maybe he just wants it to be known that there's another way. You don't have to be, you can be more centrist. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. I know some of you will disagree and say he's not a centrist, but, you know, on some things it seems like he kind of is.
Yeah, I agree. Dude, I agree with everything that you just said, AOS, because, like, that's probably the truth. I think I don't know. Like, I'm not qualified to say, but I feel like RFK, and, you know, I'm from Massachusetts, so maybe I have a bias here, but I think RFK does have a much bigger shot than Andrew Yang at you know.
Definitely.
in this election. So I don't know. I thought of it pretty simply. You know, you have Biden, RFK, and then you have DeSantis and Trump. But maybe that could change. Maybe I'm not sure if there's any other players that are like big enough to, or like, yeah, like, do you think there's any other players potentially in this, or are we just kind of at those four? Besides, well, if Andrew Yang you just mentioned too, so we'll, you know,
dude, man, I lost so much confidence in my ability to predict anything in 2016 when we ended up with Trump as the Republican candidate, and then he actually won the election. Like, man, that reality would have been it was so unpredictable, you know, at the start. It's like, now I don't count anything out. I think anything, maybe Elon's right when Elon says the most likely eventuality is whatever one is most entertaining. You know, maybe it's that somebody today, people were, you know, a very small number of people were complaining, you know, kind of half-heartedly complaining that I had RFK on a thumbnail. And somebody Somebody said, somebody mentioned that like basically the most entertaining outcome would be Trump and RFK Jr. as running mates. So I didn't even dismiss it. I'm like, we had Donald Trump as president. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Like literally anything's possible, dude.
Dude, I have. So one of the things that is interesting, though, I would say is RFK is he the first example of like somebody that's saying that they're gonna run and then basically going on Joe Rogan? Because I feel like has that really happened before?
So
at the scale?
it has with established candidates. Bernie Sanders, famously in that election we're discussing, was it that election or the last one? I believe maybe it was both, but
you're right.
Rogan embraced Sanders in one of those elections, and he went on Rogan's show because Rogan was talking about him so much.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Dude, is this like so this is one of the first times, I guess, but I don't know. It was interesting seeing that. I've seen a lot of RFK stuff get taken down.
Yeah, that's a bizarre part to me, man. When he mentioned that today, either today or yesterday, he mentioned that some of his stuff, like it wasn't even his podcast. It was a podcast he was on, was taken down by YouTube, presumably because of the vaccine stuff.
Oh,
I was so shocked. I was like, are you kidding me? Like your bias against, a certain viewpoint on that one issue was enough to take down this guy's content.
Yeah, I mean, just it is like his stuff is getting taken down, but it is interesting. I think going on, like I think it'll be interesting to see, because I feel like the interesting dynamic between I don't know, like again, I'm not qualified to speak on this, but I think with Bernie Sanders, there was a different dynamic there where somebody mentioned it as a comment here, saying that RFK is like, so centrist in ways, right? It's like going on something like a Rogan. It'll be interesting to see how much power, I guess, that podcast ends up proving to have.
Yeah, it's a good point, because prior to this, Rogan was kind of it seemed to me, my perception, which could be wrong, but my perception was he was sort of like toying with the idea of kind of embracing maybe DeSantis a little bit, and like as far as like how
he was dating, he might have been dating with embracing DeSantis. I agree, but I feel like he kind of it was probably it seemed like he enjoyed the fact that he could now just kind of support RFK a little bit, maybe, or something. I don't know.
It's hard to say though, because he's like super fascinated with the JFK assassination, and I think he knew this was a good opportunity to see if
to
see if RFK Jr. had any news on that, any new information, and he kind of did. Like he told the story of being in his family home with his father, who of course was Robert Kennedy, and what was the story? He told the story. His dad immediately called Langley. He immediately called the CIA at Langley, which was just down the street from where they lived, in his description. And then I think he also told a story about, like the very next day, the director of Central Intelligence came over to their house and like went on a walk with his dad, because his dad had called the day before. So I'm messing up the story. I haven't listened to this part of this podcast in a while, but so that might have been why I could see Rogan bringing him on just for that reason. And Rogan, of course, is also deeply enmeshed in the vaccine discussion. So after CNN ran the horse dewormer depiction of him taking the one drug. So
yeah, and that's a tough one, I think, even for us to talk about, because I've seen when the V word, it's like a new swear now.
Yeah.
I've seen enough content like get taken down on certain platforms around that subject still. Like there was one point where the All In podcast, which is, you know, like a bunch of it's like Chamath Palihapitiya,
Yep.
David Sachs, Jason Calacanis, and I think David Friedberg. And then they have, you know, this thing where they call each other besties and whatnot. They were like one of the first big podcasts that interviewed RFK. And I remember posting a short just saying like, wow, this is interesting. And in media, I was trying to just highlight that, you know, we're seeing the campaigning being done on these podcasts now. But it was a clip from the All In podcast, and that V word did come up. And YouTube didn't take down the full piece of content, but they gave me like this kind of copyright, or not copyright, excuse me, health public violation strike. So I think you got to be a little bit careful on YouTube with that stuff. But I think it was interesting that they gave me that. It was my only strike, right? It's my first strike. It was, you know, unfortunate.
Does that actually count as a strike?
Yeah, man, they gave me a freaking strike, but nothing bad. Like, I'm still good. I just can't get, if I get, I think 2 more, it's like game over, right? But like, okay. I'm super careful now. And it was directly RFK kind of talking about, you know, the that word. But I feel like on maybe like platforms like Rumble, you know,
they're not going to care. Yeah, they definitely would not care at all.
You can find I like different. You can find some of his stuff there.
Yeah,
it's just tough on YouTube because you just don't know if you're seeing everything on YouTube. You know, you kind of almost gotta like.
You know, one of the really interesting things about RFK is that he is crafting this perception, at least. A lot of people debate, you know, the extent to which they think this is true, but this perception that he represents a classical democratic perspective, the perspective of classical Democrat, sort of applied to these new issues, which is kind of interesting because no one else can really claim that. No one else can really claim to be that. And so he can come out and be like, well, you know, I am, you all have a perception of me as a classical Democrat, and the classical Democrat perspective on this issue, which would have been brand new to you know, somebody in the era of, you know, his dad or his uncle, is this. You know, he can kind of like reinvent what it means to be a classical leftist in, you know, in the US. It's kind of an interesting little tool he has in his tool bag.
Yeah, you know, the Kennedys are kind of like this because of JFK, really. This like and you know, you can go back and obviously, you know, bootlegging was a huge part of their history, but they're kind of in Massachusetts. You know, people just, you know, have this great, I think, respect. Not everybody, for sure. Some people actually, it's the opposite. But there is this kind of like this interesting respect for the Kennedy family. But you know, and it's weird. It's weird because it comes from, I guess, both parties. But that Bitcoin thing, I mean, when RFK tweeted that Bitcoin sort of tweet, and you covered it, I was like thinking the exact same way you were, which was, yeah, he's not going to talk about anything that's, you know, been sued recently, because he does not want Gary Gensler to have an excuse to say, oh, RFK should also be, you know, censored for promoting securities. So he stopped at Bitcoin, which I totally agree with your take, man. I thought that take was so excellent because I was thinking, dude, I was like, yeah, that's definitely true. He's definitely got some people in the know on crypto right now. There's, I forget how many million. I think I saw like a tweet from like one of the Cardano YouTubers around how many millions of people hold crypto in the United States, and there's a big portion, man. So like, I think being the only candidate besides, I guess, DeSantis, who made the whole, what did he do with Miami coin? Like, didn't he make a cryptocurrency for Miami with City coin?
Was that him, or was that the Miami mayor? What's his name? Suarez? Was that him or Suarez that did that?
Yeah, I thought he was involved in the cryptocurrency of Miami, but maybe
I don't know anything about it. I'm just guessing. Out of the two, if I had to guess which one would do one directly related to Miami, I would guess would be the mayor as opposed to the governor. You know what I mean? But it could be. Yeah, I could be wrong though. It could have been DeSantis because I actually don't know anything about it.
Yeah, we need like a Joe Rogan Jamie to pull it up real quick.
Jamie, damn it, Jamie. Hey, what? No, I can't. There's one topic I really want to talk about that somebody brought up, but I can't because it's too big a clue. It's too big a clue about something about me, so I won't talk about it. But
like real quick though, just to wrap that up, I won't look
okay.
up. People can do their research on the Miami coin thing. I won't look it up right now, but there's sort of this, now there's this other kind of anti-established, definitely like RFK is like anti-establishment as you can probably get, and he's also like pro Bitcoin. So it is an interest. It's getting interesting if you're objective. If you're watching this thing from a different country and you have your popcorn in hand, because I talked to a lot of people from like Europe and stuff, and they kind of just watch American politics with popcorn,
Yeah, as they probably should. I mean, it's like a damn soap opera, so it makes sense. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, but it is getting like an interest. It's becoming an interesting. It's becoming an interesting election, man. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, no, I love when I saw that RFK was really gonna run. I was like, oh, this just got so much more entertaining. And then I realized he had some. Even if he just came along and he was like a run of the mill, candidate on the left, it would have been super interesting. And then I realized he had some unorthodox views, like on crypto and the other topic we don't need to rehash. And I was like, this is going to be so fun. This is going to be so fun.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I think it shook things up. And the podcast, like touring of, who's he? I'm sure the other, I mean, you got to think the other candidates will, at least maybe not Biden, but the other candidates will probably do some podcast touring because it was just really effective. I mean, I wasn't really talking about RFK with people, but now like a lot of people are talking about him. And I think it was, who was it? Jordan Peterson, who's got like this huge following. That's probably like centrist and definitely right wing. Then you had his podcast with Joe Rogan. Then you have like his podcast with the All In podcast, which is a financial investment podcast. It's kind of and he said this in Rogan's podcast, this election will be determined by podcasts. This is his like thing. So
RFK said that?
Yeah, and then Elon had him on a Twitter space, and Elon also had DeSantis on a Twitter space. So you got to think that that's interesting, right? It's like, well,
yeah, dude. The idea of the podcast being the election being determined by a podcast is so interesting because there is not enough modafinil in the world for Biden to go on any of those podcasts you mentioned, dude. Like, I don't know what they do to try to enhance it.
Yeah, people like crypto have no reason to enjoy, I guess, Biden, but
oh my God, I don't know what they do to try to enhance his cognitive abilities before he has to give big speeches. But I mean,
Did you see his tweet today? Did you see his Bidenomics tweet?
I saw that, dude. When I saw that they actually had banners up that said Bidenomics, I was like, man, I guess if I'm a White House staffer and we're coming off, the last speech, which he ended by saying, God save the Queen. I guess if we're coming off that, you might as well run with Bidenomics. Like, I guess it doesn't get any worse than any. God save the. I don't know what they do to enhance his cognitive abilities. I don't know what cocktail of drug. I mean, I'm putting myself in the shoes of like a White House staffer. Like, what do you do to try to prevent God save the Queen at the end of a president's speech? Like, I don't even know.
I saw someone from Cardano retweet the Bidenomics tweet, and I think they said something about it. And I was looking at the infograph of it, and I was just like, am I living in reality right now? Is this real? Like I thought I had to check the account to make sure.
Dude, I tried to,
like, I had to make sure it was the POTUS account.
dude, I tried to watch the speech. I legit tried to watch the speech earlier today, and I got like halfway through it.
Oh, there's a speech too, like about it. Is that what you mean?
Oh yeah, he gave a speech, dude, where they had banners that literally said Bidenomics. To his credit, though, he said right at the start, he said, I didn't invent this term. Other people started referring to my economic policy as Bidenomics. So, it's like a little bit tongue in cheek. He also started the speech off with a pretty funny joke. I got to admit, it was actually, I've never heard him tell a really funny joke, but this was actually pretty funny. He gave the speech was like very labor union oriented, and he was in Chicago, I believe. And I almost missed it, but I think what he was saying is that maybe the mayor of Chicago just got married, and he said Biden obviously had somebody write this joke for him. I'm assuming, but he was like, "Hey buddy, you just got the." He's like, "Hey buddy, I would." I'm paraphrasing, so I'm like adding words, but he's like, "Hey buddy, in my opinion, you just got the hardest job in the world because she knows where you live." And you get questioned every time you go to the grocery store.
Oh man.
I was like, this may be, even though this is, a form of dad joke, kind of, it may be the funniest joke I've ever heard Biden tell.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not like he hasn't, said some jokes throughout his long, I mean, he's a politician. Politicians have to have some.
They have people write those jokes. They have people write those jokes, and they try to insert them in speeches. Yeah.
I've seen a couple one-liners. I don't know, like, if they were I don't think they were premeditated though. And yeah, I thought that they were, someone. There was like a woman, I think, reporter, and I think Biden's like, she was like, "Hey, can I ask you a quick question?" He's like, and then he just like, "No, let me run you over," like, because he was in a car, and then he was like, "Just kidding." But besides that, yeah, maybe.
Dude, I forgot. He also he had another pretty notable one the other day. What was it? He was meeting with the delegation from India, or maybe he was in India, or I might be completely messing up. I might be confusing this with something else. But the joke was he like, as a, people thought it was like a hot mic mistake, but it was like obviously a joke when you saw it in context. He said something to the effect of, I've sold a lot of secrets. I've sold a lot of US secrets.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, like,
just kind of as an aside, it's obviously a joke, but
well, and that's probably a big reason why I think, going back to the, I guess, other side of the aisle, it's like a lot of people just are entertained by Trump. They just think
Trump. Rogan has it right. Rogan said Trump is the closest thing to a comedian we've ever had in the White House.
Like, I mean, I've seen some pretty objective perspectives. I think it was like maybe it was Chamath Palihapitiya, who's kind of this like libertarian, like progressive, definitely like, Democrat, I guess, if he was to say which party he was, voting for mostly. But he was talking about it, and he was saying that he is just like incredibly just entertaining objectively.
Yeah.
I think to some degree, maybe that does get the populace, the populist movement there kind of made sense, I guess, in hindsight.
What it's like to me. What it's like to me is, it's like when you're around somebody who's kind of a bully, but they say super funny things as a tool to bully other people. Like who was it? I think he was talking about Biden. I think he was talking about Biden. Did he call Biden Sleepy Joe? when he referred to
Yeah.
Biden as Sleepy Joe,
I think he made that up, right? Like
I was like, yeah, I was like, can you imagine? He had nicknames for everybody. What did he call?
yeah, he is kind of yeah. You're absolutely on the nail there. It's like
Yeah, like he had all these nicknames for
bully.
everybody too. Like it was basically a way of like spreading slander about them. He like had a way of like cultivating these perceptions about everybody that was like sometimes, you know, if he had said it as fact, it would have been like, you know, the other candidate would have accused him of, you know, like libel or slander, but he makes it a nickname and then people start believing it's true, you know.
Well,
It's I agree. It's objectively funny. But
and then I just think if I was to compare the challenger candidates against each other, I guess so, like just DeSantis and RFK. My one analysis so far was, I just think it would be more possible for RFK to get the nomination than to see a because RFK is like we talked about, kind of a weird candidate. He's kind of attracting from a couple places. You know, he may have some. There's, you know, probably a percentage of the left that appreciates him for different reasons. There's probably like some centrists. There's probably Republicans that like him because he has a lot of Republican viewpoints. Well, I don't know. Like it's weird. It's a weird.
no, I think you're spot on. Like he gave
Like pulls from these different places, and I think maybe DeSantis doesn't is maybe my read on it. DeSantis doesn't pull from as many places potentially. You know,
DeSantis is perfectly okay with alienating the left. Like that's a part of his platform, in a lot of ways. But like, I mean, RFK gave he addressed the 2A issue the other day, the guns rights issue, and he straight up said, I'm not going to try to take away anyone's guns, right? Which is like, you know, not the ideal position that the 2A people on the right want to hear, but it's palatable enough. It's palatable enough to pull, you know, a little bit from the middle and the right among those that are, you know, kind of 2A advocates. So it's like very different approach, right, between DeSantis and RFK.
Dude, I have no idea what's going to happen though. I really have zero clue. This is going to be a wild one, man. I hope everybody can just hold on to their. I hope everybody can, you know, just kind of like watch it, share what they think and stuff. But just, you know, I hope it's a calm. Like I hope there's like a calmerness to. Because, dude, I feel like I've experienced some crazy elections in my 25 years of being alive. Where
you have, dude. It didn't used to be like this. It didn't used to be like this. We used to get like Bill Clinton playing the saxophone on Arsenio Hall's show. That was like as spicy as it got back in the day.
I don't know, man. Like, I just I just hope everyone can. I just hope we could all have like ideologically just like love each other at the end of this thing, because it could be a wild one.
Yeah, I mean the
crazy one, because then you have the different groups that want to support maybe the incumbents, and you know that can also be interesting to see how that plays out with this challenger candidate who's like basically RFK. And then you have the podcast now in play where they're able to get their message out still, even though that they're getting their stuff taken down on like YouTube. It's weird. It's a weird one, man.
Dude, I think it's gonna be kind of interesting, because I think the candidate selection on the left, like the primary on the left, you know, it's like it's just gonna be, because I mean, you know, I don't think anybody's expecting that they're gonna let Biden debate RFK, right? I mean, RFK was an environmental lawyer. Like that's not a good situation for Biden. So we're not, and you know, RFK is probably going to be pretty civil, I'd imagine. And on the left, they're just going to try to do all the things that incumbents do to kind of squeak by, you know? And so that one might not have much fireworks, but on the right, man, can you imagine the things that Trump is going to say about DeSantis?
I know. Well, I think he's already started.
It's going to be vicious, dude. It's going to get vicious. I mean, you know, Trump is going to say, I have a feeling if DeSantis gets close at all, like Trump is going to say some vicious things about him.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think DeSantis has this pro crypto thing about him. So it's definitely not like, you know, I feel like it's again good to see RFK tweet that thing about Bitcoin. I would like to see maybe more crypto support from all the candidates, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen with Biden.
No. He's definitely gonna be the big non-crypto candidate. DeSantis, pretty pro-crypto. Trump, despite the fact that he's actually sold NFTs to people, it's like, to me, it's like almost unclear whether I would categorize him as pro-crypto or anti-crypto, because during his administration, he didn't do us too many favors, you know?
Yeah, I think
not like Biden, but
yeah, but I think he's commented negatively about Bitcoin in the past, but you're right. He did sell an NFT on Polygon, so I don't know how much he can say, and maybe he'll use the sort of popularness of crypto to maybe rally support. So it's unclear still. I'm sure it might be addressed before.
I could see him, like, even though he sold NFTs, I could totally see him turning around and being like, yeah, I used Bitcoin. It's not great. I used it because all the kids said Bitcoin was great, so I used it. But I don't know if there's a real use case. I don't know if it's valuable. I don't know what people are using it for. I sold some NFTs, so I know all about it. I don't know if it's useful. You know what I mean? I can see him doing that,
dude. So Leroy made a good point though, saying that around the energy, that RFK would like low cost energy needed for Cardano. And I think he's commented on this, saying that he would leverage. I forget if he said. I think he said that he was going to do this by leveraging nuclear, and it was in this podcast I was listening to with him and
I'm down for that.
Dr. Jordan Peterson, I believe, and I saw he was on that guy. I saw he was on Jordan Peterson's podcast. So I saw that one before it was taken down. And then in that, he talks a lot about this energy perspective that he has. So, but like, again, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting one to watch, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm afraid of? The least interesting outcome is the one that I think Peter Zan, I don't know how we're supposed to
Zion.
Yeah, Zan. I think his prediction is the least interesting and the one I hope doesn't happen. His prediction is that Trump could he has a pretty vulgar way of describing this, but basically Trump could he could live stream a certain medical procedure of his trans lover and still have the support of too many people on the right to not get the nomination, but he alienates everybody else so much that Biden will still squeak by.
Well, yeah, and maybe there's some merit to that. I think it's tough. It's tough because if again, I think RFK is what shakes this thing up so much, because now we need to see if he gets the nomination or not, right? And then
that'd be wild if RFK somehow pulls out the nomination. Even when I just had an RFK on a thumbnail, because I thought it was funny that we had these pictures of this super jacked how old is he? 68, I think. We had this super jacked 68-year-old trying to get in the White House.
Definitely the most jacked candidate despite age, for sure.
Maybe ever. Like, I don't know what George Washington looked like under the uniform, or Abraham Lincoln, but he might be the most jacked ever. And then we've got, but it's like, so I just put him on the thumbnail, and everybody, like several people were like complaining, like, there's no way DNC will never let him in. There's no way. They were like mad that anybody would even mention it. But can you imagine if he somehow pulled the nomination and then we end up with Trump and RFK, or
Well,
DeSantis and RFK, or any of them in RFK would be an interesting campaign.
Yeah, I think being in crypto, you probably would want to see that. Just
oh my God, what
doesn't
would happen to the crypto markets if we ended up with, like, somehow fantasy world, we end up with DeSantis and RFK, both of whom are pro crypto?
I think
what would happen to the crypto markets?
Yeah, I think it might, with the next halving coming up in what, 6 to how many months is the next? Well, it depends on,
It's probably like spring of next year.
Yeah. So, well, gosh.
It'd go crazy, man. If a pro crypto candidate looks like they even have a chance of winning, or if a pro crypto candidate is winning going into that halvening event next year, that could be crazy. I'll just say in terms of adoption, because I don't talk about price, but in terms of adoption, that could be crazy.
Yeah, and the U.S. is kind of seen as this nemesis of crypto right now, and
yeah,
it kind of sucks being being from the U.S. because you just have this like dynamic where I really just over the last few years just expected regulation to almost, or over really the last year, I'll just preface more so just like expect almost crypto and like this industry to be pushed offshore for like years until it's so proven and like ready to be overlaid on top of society in useful ways. But it would be nice if there was a bit more of a focus on not just like alienating this entire technology and space. Even though it's disruptive, it's like you can probably support this industry in a really, really big way as the U.S. You really could. So I'd love to see that if possible. That's like going to be a net benefit for, I think, a lot of people. But the UAE and the UK is salivating, if not. So,
yeah, I mean, it's like we have a choice. We can either be the early leaders who shot themselves in the foot as far as this industry goes, which would be great for everybody else, or we can, reassume our position as leaders in this industry. It's like it's so crazy because it's like literally a choice. Like, we have all these examples in history. It's like there was a time when China had this navy that was the largest navy in the world, right? And like we're talking about old wooden ships. This is not a modern story, but then they decided to turn inward, right? They just made a policy decision that they would no longer, focus on reaching out to the rest of the world. They turn inward, and you have the story from that point forward becomes one of atrophy, until the next big, very large historical policy change. But it's like you can do that as a nation state. You can make, just like a person can make a bad decision to, like, date the wrong person, or take the wrong job. You can make these policy decisions that change the whole trajectory of your sort of life cycle. So who knows? Maybe this crypto one is that, if we don't change it.
yeah, dude, it's nuts. I just feel like what we talked about in this entire stream so far, if you just look at these things that are kind of happening, it like 2023 was not one of these years that was like a total just like decimation to the humans, like almost I want to say spirit. I feel like it's been a year of like, whoa, there's so much like there's so many questions on the future now more than ever. I feel like AI was a big example of that. With do you remember when like we first started to use like Midjourney or ChatGPT? Like the first weeks of that was nuts.
November was so crazy. A new version of Midjourney came out, which changed everything, and we got ChatGPT available to the masses, it was like all of that all at once. I mean, it's like it was so apparent to me that we were transitioning from one era to the next. And then all the UFO stuff started happening. And then it became apparent that some of the candidates were going to embrace crypto. It's like all this stuff was happening all at once. And I was like, man, this must have been what it felt like in between, 1880 and 1920, or even 1900 and 1920, in between, the start of that century and World War II. It must have felt like one of these periods we have this immense technological change happening. I think we're in one of those eras where everything's going to change. We're going to pivot to a new time.
Yeah. Well, it certainly it feels like a new time, AOS. I'll tell you that. It feels like we're in this like I feel like we're just like so far away from the beginning of 2022. I can't even imagine going back to the beginning of 2022. Like things have shifted so much with even just this lawsuit that just happened, right? With Gary, your boy Gary Gensler.
Your uncle Gary Gensler. Just for the record, it is not his uncle. I'm joking.
Oh, yeah, good times, dude. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's super crazy. I mean, that was one nobody predicted, right? It's like this seemingly pro crypto MIT professor who gave all kinds of classes about crypto, talk glowingly about them. All of a sudden, he's Darth Vader. It's like, who saw that one coming? I mean, that was more about him just being a mercenary than it was. He's the Prigozhin. He's the Wagner of crypto. He's a mercenary. He will go to the highest bidder. It's like working for Moscow one day, working for Belarus the next, right? It's like,
yeah, man. I mean, it's so weird that so many people share that belief, though, and he is like literally in this position. I mean, so many people just agree with that statement, and the fact that he is just like directly, influencing this industry still. It's nuts.
I know it's so crazy to me because it's such the perfect. It's like a transaction, right? It's like the administration gets to pretend like I mean, everybody knows it's really them, but they can be like, oh, you're our foot soldier who's actually going to do all the pillaging here. You're going to do all the suppression of this industry, and it's really going to hurt your reputation with that one industry. But it kind of insulates us from it. So go for it, crush them. So
Dude,
crazy.
I have a prediction. I think people underestimate the war that's about to start between like the mainstream media networks and the biggest podcasters in the world.
Dude, I mean, this is something everybody should have seen coming when it became apparent that Joe Rogan had way more people watching every episode than the biggest network television shows. Like he had way more people watching. Or maybe we should isolate it just to their news shows. Like any news show on television or cable, Rogan was already bigger than them years ago.
Yeah, well, he's 10 times bigger than one of said networks, and a very popular one. And then he is 10 times bigger than the opposing network's biggest personality. And that means that he's like, basically 100 times bigger than the biggest network on one side, and basically like 10 times bigger than the reason why the other network isn't 100 times less bigger than Rogan. So, and you have this interesting, I think, thing that's been brewing with the whole Elon Twitter stuff, because Elon's given this almost weird contrast to the other big social platforms that made it almost not weird to think that these podcasters, like, saying whatever they want or having whoever they want on and not having their stuff taken down would, like an RFK, for example, on their podcast would be like, fundamentally not weird anymore. Even if it's taken down on YouTube, it's like, yeah, they still post on Rumble. And if you look at the views, it's like crazy. The views, they're still getting millions and millions of views. So,
yeah, I mean, can you imagine what if what if CNN tried to do like a 2 or 3 hour conversation with RFK? Like, can you even imagine that scenario taking place?
Dude, that's the problem, because I don't think they would. Like, I think they've done one before, right? It's like there's been times where they have them on, but they can't release the full thing.
Yeah,
like,
what if what if Fox tried to do a 3 hour conversation with Nikki Haley? Like,
right. Yeah, I mean, they can't.
It can't even happen, right?
Because they would they've already kind of maybe, why do you think that is? It's probably because they've already kind of committed to a certain worldview that they know they've told their audience, so they almost can't let, I don't know, like, why do you think that is?
Yeah, it's not in their interest to create additional cracks in the armor, right? It's like they're trying to build a fortress, they're not trying to drill holes in the wall of the fortress.
Who's the guy that owns, I think the guy that owns Fox, doesn't he own
Rupert Murdoch?
Yeah, is he like, isn't there a couple of networks that he owns too? It's like, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I thought that he wasn't just owning, Fox. I thought he owned a couple other things. So he had like a bit of a media portfolio there, which made sense, I guess, like if you own both sides, but I could be wrong there. So do your own research.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm on the Wikipedia. Rupert Murdoch. It says he, through his company News Corp, he's the owner of hundreds of basically media outlets. The Sun and the Times in the UK, the Daily Telegraph and the Herald Sun and the Australian in Australia, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post, HarperCollins, Sky News Australia, and Fox News.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're gonna just look at that as like a financial only POV, it's like, yeah, of course you want to own both sides, right? You can't lose. But this is what is going to probably start this war. It's like you have this huge audience support of these podcasters, versus these mainstream networks. So see how it plays out, man.
Yeah, what a horrible fate. Wouldn't you hate to be one of these guys who was at, a legacy media company like a CNN or a Fox, prior to the rise of podcasts, and then you work your ass off for years, decades to get to a certain level in one of those organizations, and you're so happy you worked so hard to get there, and then all of a sudden Joe Rogan comes along.
And he's like having fun. He's drinking while he's on the job. He's got a cigar. It's like,
yeah, him and Jamie sit in a room and they just have people on and they're like, 10xing your viewership. The
thing is, though, about comedians is they're so important, man. It's so funny watching some of these comedian podcasters who talk about the politics, because they come at it at such like an open, I think comedians kind of like to take angles at things that you would never think of, and that's what makes it funny, right? And they can kind of make these angles that are just supposed to be funny, but also are not, maybe PC all the time on both sides, whatever side, and it's just so popular, for all parties. A lot of people just love these comedians who have turned into these podcasters who are talking about these issues. It's not just Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's the biggest example, but dude, there's a bunch of comedian podcasters now that, are just killing it.
I mean, and to his credit, he brought a lot of those guys into that world. He tells a story all the time, but even some of his friends were couldn't even understand why he was doing the podcast in the early days, and he slowly convinced all of them to start their own podcasts. And now it's like, you know, a huge piece of their, you know, their operations. Like, it's like before it was like people were listening to the podcast maybe because they'd seen their comedy. And then it became a thing where they're, you know, filling venues with people who watch their podcast.
Yeah, no, and it's really it's good for the comedians too, because now they have like a bit of I don't know, just like a more dynamic like headquarters for their whole, you know, like what they do for work, right? It's like they can interview you know, a country singer and make a few jokes in that interview, but like, you know, also just talk about their story and whatnot. And they can interview other comedians, and then they can interview some, like, being able to make those jokes is like, I think why they're so successful, because they're able to bring humor into any subject matter and make points that people are actually like probably thinking anyways, like some segment of people, you know? So,
yeah, it's like earlier we talked about social contracts, and it's interesting because your average podcaster doesn't do the one thing they have to do, which comedians already know they must do, and they must uphold their side of the social contract, and that is that no matter what it is the podcaster is interested in and they want to talk about, they also have to make it entertaining. It has to be entertaining. If people are watching it recreationally and it's not like they have to watch a podcast for work or something, it has to be entertaining. And man, it's super easy to fall into the trap of addressing a subject in an academically thorough way, or addressing a subject because you love it. And
I've done that before, bro. I've figured out that like after I made some piece of content, I'm like, holy mackerel, man! Like no one's gonna actually watch this. It's like
super
it's like dry, you know.
So I look back at segments I just did all the time, and I realized that I was trying to be academically thorough and be very, very accurate about a certain subject. And then like I'm trying to edit it, I go through it, and I'm like, dude, I don't even like listening to this. Why did I do it that way?
Dude, I'll tell you why it happens too. It happens because there's times where I think you get into subject matter, and in this space, we have such an interesting, like, you know, we have people in crypto for all different reasons, right? And there is this crowd that I really respect, which is like the academic, peer-reviewed crowd. And, you know, sometimes they can, I think, drive us to make more accurate content. But at the same token, it's like, for me at least, I'll just speak for myself, when I go too far in that direction and really just focus on being so accurate and dry, I also realize that like no one's gonna like actually watch this. So like, what's the point? So like you have to be accurate, but you have to, at least with what we probably do, you have to aspire, maybe is the right word, to be like maybe accurate. And and like in the space that's always changing too, makes it harder. But also try to, I don't know, bring some joy.
Bring some levity. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I always think about it as like, man, there's so many levels to this crypto thing. Because like we have people in crypto who can do SHA-256 on paper.
Yeah.
Right. We have guys who can basically do like mining. You can give them a nonce and they can take it through SHA-256 just like the ASIC would on paper. Like we have those guys. There's that level, you know, and we could describe much greater even levels of sophistication, you know, in sort of crypto beyond that. But you could go to that level and be trying to talk about stuff like that, which a very small group of people are going to find interesting. Or you can pick and choose what level of detail you get into. And it's like, it's kind of frustrating and hard because sometimes you want to go to this deeper level because it's intellectually satisfying to go to that level, but you know you can't because like 3 people are going to be interested in it. And you're like, if this is going to be a valuable activity, I need to appeal to more than 3 people who are taking, you know, crypto 500 class in their university. You know, it's like I'm not saying that I would be able to do that even, but I'm saying you got to be careful what level of what level of detail you go into, because it starts necking down the number of people who are going to be interested in the content. So it's got to be interesting. It's got to be entertaining or interesting or stimulating or something.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just like actually just pursue like the knowledge to like the fullest extent though. And I'll just post a, 50-minute video, and I don't care, cuz like I know that at least I did a thorough piece on this subject, and at least it's going to be seen by whoever wants to view it. But I also did generate I guess more internal understanding of that thing that I could probably bring to an entertaining, piece. But yeah, it's not the it's the same reason why I'm probably just like flatlining at 10,000 subs that I haven't grown. But it is
it's crypto winter, my man. It's like crypto winter is nothing if not flatline time.
Well, yeah, for sure, and it's okay. But yeah, it's definitely the balance is interesting. I think though the explosivity of the comedic podcaster rise is undeniable, man.
Yeah, it's like entertainment. The social contract is people turn on your video and they're entertained, or they learn, or it's intellectually stimulating, or it's interesting. It's got to be one of those things. And the easiest one is it's entertaining. And comedians understand that better than anyone, because they have to get on that mic, on that stage, and it's like, it's got to be entertaining from the moment their mouth starts moving. It's got to be entertaining pretty quickly. They get that. Man, well, we have been on for over 5 hours now, and we've got to that point where we've got into some very meta discussions about not just crypto, not just
aliens, not just
aliens, not just AI, not just EVs versus hydrogen versus petrol versus hybrids.
Yeah, shout out to Leroy for that. Stimulate some of those combos too.
Yep, not just content creation, but we're talking about crypto content generation. So creation. So what do you think? Is 5 hours enough? Should we wrap this baby up?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we do 10 hours, but then I got I'm feeling tired. So yeah, maybe 5 is hopefully people will understand, and hopefully they'll not be too sad at the minimum of content that we could probably produce today. AOS.
They'll forgive us for our scant 5-hour podcast. They'll let us off the hook for shirking our duties.
Yeah, we were a little bit stingy with our time, but it's just like we're so busy. 5 hours is like, it's the maximum that we can probably spare in one single video.
That's right. All right, man. Take it away. You sign off, and then I'll sign off real quick.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, buddy. And take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your week. Peace.
Absolutely. Everyone for listening and or watching tonight. I hope everybody's having a great week, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.